university. It's more expensive. You need to keep those kids. You need to pay for accommodation, for food, for material, for fees, everything. How are we going to do this? Then we discovered that the government gives a grant that would reduce the fees for the students. So we start talking with leaders in Kenya to try to get letters from the government to get a reduction on the fees so we would be able to afford it. And then we got, right now, 6 kids in university. And 2 of them is actually graduating this year, which is like an amazing achievement when we think about it, because we started in 2018 feeding 30 kids. It's 2025 and we have kids graduating at the university. And that's not just changing the fact that you change the life of a person by giving some food to them, we also giving them hope and hope to the community, because those people would come back to their community and give back. Change lives. And if we can change one life, I think that's worth all the trouble, all the hassle, and all the stress we go through, right? And what I'm here asking you guys today is volunteer. If you cannot donate €5 to feed a kid for a month, I understand. Some people might not have €5. Living in Ireland is very expensive, right? If you cannot donate, you can share. You can talk to your friends. I'm pretty sure you know some blog or some person that goes and spends the whole weekend getting hammered in a pub. You know those people. Talk to them. Conscient, teach them about giving back.
Pay ahead. That in the future, when they are able to pay ahead, they are talking, oh, I wanted to sponsor a kid when I get to that time of my life where I'm able to sponsor a kid. So that's all about it, this is, guys. I could come here and tell you guys about all the stats that we have, about everything that we evolved throughout the years, but that's not the reason I joined the EU in Africa. The reason I joined the EU in Africa is because it is a cause that touched me in a part that it's food and education for people to be able to grow. It's very easy to say everybody has the same opportunity, but they don't, right? We don't. It's the same, if that we had the same opportunity, this would not be necessarily, but we don't. And us, even though that you might think that your life is hard, your life is the dream of someone else. So make sure you help someone else to achieve their dreams, and make sure you give it back. If it's not €5, it's a share, it's a like, it's a word of mouth. We are all in this together, and if we can make one life a little better, let's go for it, right? Because as we say in Africa, there is no border for love. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Dani. Thank you. So if you guys want to join, if you understand better, you can find Dani and Bruno downstairs on the main room. When you pass through the reception, the first room on your right, you're going to find them. And now we're going to hear about Amor Simples de Doar com Marcia. Welcome.
I am going to stay here because my hands are sweating. It's really... Yeah. Oh, are you? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcia Miranda. I am a founder of Brazilian Cancer Support Group in Ireland. It's really difficult to talk about cancer. This project was born in 2021 when I was diagnosed with stage 4. And I couldn't help thinking about how many Brazilians could be facing the same situation, far from home, friends, and family. Then a small WhatsApp group was created, turned into a channel where those involved could share their experiences regarding to the treatments. today. The group, it's a support network, WhatsApp, Facebook and Instagram, offering not only emotional support, but assistance during appointments with GPs, doctors in hospitals, visiting patients while they are having chemotherapy, always keeping an attentive, grateful approach. We provide support with information about health system because it's totally different in Brazil, what we face here. It's a mystery, and we get very lost to understand where do we have to go, the first step. The rights we have here, the immigration process for those who are stamp 2 students, it's a way to say, you'll be okay. You can go through, and we are here for you. Sorry, guys. The support, the purpose of this offer support in Portuguese language is to mobilize the Brazilian community through the supportive actions such as donations, service for patients, like physiotherapists, delivered if they need food or love. Love is easy to give. We commit to have compassion in our interactions, recognizing and respecting each person affected by cancer, directly or indirectly seeking to understand the practical and emotional needs of patients and their families. You don't have cancer alone. Your family has cancer with you. It affects everybody, even your friends. And coming together, even for the family, it's really important. And I'm shaking here, because to me, seeing this woman crying, I'll talk to you in a minute, it's really powerful. Please help us to find more Brazilians with this terrible disease. Tell them about us. We can help with translation, holding their hands, to understand the process and treatment to help them with whatever they need. Most of our members, I'm very proud of saying that they are survivors who became volunteers, and the other ones who came along believed in this project. Because we have been there, we know how it feels, and we want to make it easy for others. Love and care is our passion. Love is so easy to give. And I know myself that being at the patient side makes a huge difference for them to go through this treatment. We believe together we are stronger, and we won't give up on love. Last year, this is not in my speech, but I would like to share something with you very briefly. Last year, I discovered that my cancer is back. But there was 2 reasons and 2 steps in this project. The first one in 2021 was for me to create this group and support other people. And last year was for me to receive this love back and to see how important it was to create this group there. I didn't realize how important was the group until last year, because I got so much love back. Everybody was so compassionate. Like, I have to tell them, stop, like food, lots of things. They were getting crazy to try to help me, to give me back a word, like just a message and everything. I found so much love. And this made me now go through, again, treatment, chemotherapy or whatever I have to face because of the group is behind me. And we want to be behind other people. We want to be together. So we are downstairs, our Instagram. We are still, like, it's not perfect, but that was the beginning, and this is not gonna end. To me, even if I'm not here one day, the group will be there, helping other people and helping the family and whoever is affected by cancer. We are in other towns here in Ireland. We have a group in Limerick. We have patients there, and we have volunteers who are survivors, and they all, it's so much love, it's incredible. We have a group in Cork, Galway, and I want to make sure that I'm going to spread this everywhere. And who knows, wherever there is a Brazilian, in Italy, Amor, de Doar will be there. This is my dream, to help everybody. Now we are maybe helping people in Brazil with information as well. And that's what it is. There is love for everybody in this group. So please, please, find us on Instagram. Have a look at we have a podcast now with patients talking about cancer and telling the stories and help other people to know and what can they find here, what they are going to face. That's it. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Guys, she is one of the most strong women that I know in my life. So, as you could see, love is easy to share. There is no need for money or anything. You just need to share. So, if you feel in your heart that you can help one of these two groups, don't forget to go downstairs and talk with them, because anything, even a hug, can help. So please, today you guys will have a lot of time, so take 1 minute of your day and go there, even just to say thank you for them and for their work, okay? And now, okay, everybody, let's change this. Shake, 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 shake. Come on, shake, I'm not joking. Shake, 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 shake. Come, I'm not seeing anybody shaking there. Shake. That's it. That's it. We are here to talk about love in a happy way. They are stronger, but they are not sad. They are happy, and they want to enjoy their life. So we don't need to be sad today. We need to be stronger, okay? And now I would like to introduce a colleague from my previous work, and he'll be here to talk a little bit about Glenveagh Holmes, our sponsor for the event. Allan Mulligan, welcome.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I actually wish I had prepared something. Looking at the first couple of speeches.
Can I tell the truth? He was partying last night, guys. That's why he didn't prepare anything.
I definitely hope I'm better at building houses than I am at public speaking. That's one thing for sure. It's not my first hobby. I suppose a bit about Glenveagh Homes. We are one of Ireland's largest home builders. So last year we built 2,450 units. This year we're on target to do similar numbers. With Glenveagh, we have currently about 350 direct employees involved in construction. We also have off-site manufacturing, which is an element of the business that we're pushing massively now. We have a couple of our own factories for timber frame, light gauge steel, stuff like that. So we're always looking for new talent, new resources. We're looking to get people on board all the time. I've worked with Beatriz for 4 or 5 years now at this stage, I think. So Beatriz has always been a helping hand to me. She's maybe put a concrete pour or two on hold from once or twice, and arguing with me, but that goes without saying. That's just Beatriz. I suppose I'm going to be floating around for a couple of hours. I'm very happy for Beatriz to share my contact details. Anyone who is looking for a new challenge, looking for a job, like we're looking for engineers, project managers, we want architects. So we have several roles that are open. I suppose my own career with Glenveagh, I studied law in college. I didn't study construction at all. Then I came in as a site manager. I went to project manager, and now I'm construction director. So your path can change. If you come into Glenveagh as one facet of construction, there is always room to move. The scope to grow. That's a massive thing with Glenveagh. So happy for Beatriz to share all my details if anyone wants to get in touch. Okay? Thank you very much, guys.
So if you guys want to talk and if you are looking for a job in Glenveagh, just go downstairs. They will have a specific area as well. And Allan will be walking around in a few rooms today, at least for a little, because I know he has hangover and he doesn't want to stay for longer. Here you are, George. Yes. So now I would like to introduce our Counsellor, Jorge de Oliveira Marques, and he will be here to represent the Brazilian Embassy in Ireland. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon all. First of all, let me convey to you the regards of Ambassador Flávio Macieira, which due to privileged scheduled commitments was unable to be present at this gathering. He has asked me to share with you his great appreciation for the initiative like this, which further strengthen the linkage between the Brazilian community and the Irish society at large. When we talk about Brazilians living in Ireland, we are dealing with something between 60 to 80,000 people. It is difficult to have exact numbers since many Brazilians have dual citizenship and they are registered here in Ireland as, for instance, Portuguese or Italians. Regardless of the passport they carry, the impact of their work and presence in this island is unmistakably Brazilian. Let me confess that before coming to Dublin, this was in October 2022, I was mostly unaware of the size and diversity of the Brazilian community in Ireland. I was at first surprised in realizing how this community is vibrant, creative, and well integrated in the Irish society. One of the features that came to my attention was to discover that Brazilians work in various fields and generally have a high level of qualifications. Since I arrived here, I have came in contact with Brazilian physicists, engineers, computer programmers, and mathematicians. Many of them have started their own businesses, including startups involved in advanced fields of research and technology. It is no secret that much of the economic prosperity that Ireland has achieved in the past 3 decades is due to the contribution of immigrants, which bring to this country their expertise, their creativity, and their entrepreneurship. Brazilians take no small part in the Irish success story, as we can witness by the number of and the growing number of Brazilians work in IT and professional services. Ireland has greatly benefited of its condition as a major destination for international education. There are many examples to be told about Brazilians that came to Ireland at first just seeking to study and perfect their English skills. But once they are here, they fall in love with the country, which is no difficult, and choose to establish here. They benefit from the opportunities that Ireland offers to them, and through hard work and creativity, they thrive. there is still huge potential for education cooperation between our two countries, and especially for students and researchers exchange programs. In that regard, let me stress that the Brazilian government is fully committed to conclude the negotiations of the Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in Science, Technology, and Innovation. Such agreement would further strengthen and enhance the technological cooperation between Brazil and Ireland. As I mentioned before, Brazilians work in various technologies and innovation sectors in Ireland. The Brazilian scientific diaspora can be a valuable source to foster business partnerships and joint projects. In such uncertain and difficult times as we are living now in the when international order and the global economy are subject to many threats, let Brazil and Ireland continue to lead by our common principles and our shared commitment with the advancement of our societies. Our peoples are our greatest assets. Great things can be done with their engagement, joint efforts, and shared knowledge. This very event is a renewed opportunity to show the world that while there are some who favor walls and barriers, Brazil and Ireland prefer to build bridges, share knowledge, and promote the common good. Please receive my very best wishes to your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, George, so much for being here today. Thank you. It's really good to have the embassy with us today because that means they are here for us, okay? So today is not only just to prove that this event is something important. No, that's not about it. But it is about the embassy. The Brazilian embassy is here for any of you. So if you guys need anything from the embassy, just remember, they are here for us, and they are open to help us. Okay? Thank you again, George. It was a pleasure.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Have a good day. I'll see you in a minute, okay? If you want to stay around. Okay. So now, I'll give you a task. That's the most important one. Now is the moment that we're going to have like 10 minutes break for you, because as you can see, we don't have space for everybody here. So that's the moment where you're going to decide if you want to go to a room or if you're going to stay here to watch our first speaker that will talk about mental health. That's your moment. But as you can see, we are a lot. So please be aware, we have stairs everywhere. So take your time, find your way, and make network, okay? I'll see you all. I'll be around. I'll be walking around. Enjoy the event, and thank you again for all here. Thank you.
Gustavo, and today I'm going to be here with you all during the day, guiding these amazing discussions that we are going to learn from our colleagues. And before we start, I just wanted to share quickly only one house rule. And again, it's just to make sure that everyone can enjoy the best this opportunity. So whenever we are outside of the discussions, the sessions, just try to be mindful about maybe how loud you can be, because, you know, I just want to make sure that when we are here, we can be present and without less disruption as possible. So that's our only house rules, okay? So before we start, let me quickly guide you through what's going to happen in our first conversation. So basically, we are kickstarting the day talking about how important is for us to be well-balanced, mentally speaking, when we are starting to find a job or when we are doing this, I would say, tough journey of finding a job. Because honestly speaking, I believe that finding a job, it's another job, right? You need to work on your CV, you need to work on highlighting your skills, preparing yourself for the interview process. There are so many things we need to look at to be successful when we are applying for a position. And I think one of the most important things is how can we keep ourselves balanced during this process? Mentally speaking, you know, it can be very exhausting. It can be, as I said, a little bit tough. But thanks to Building Bridges, today we are receiving someone here who has had huge experience, and he's going to help us with some insights and guide us through this exciting journey. Okay, so please warm applause for Mario, our first speaker. Amigo.
Thank you very much. Are you okay? That's fine. First of all, I'd like to thank you, the Building Bridge event, the team, everyone that are not enjoying the rare sun we have in this land. Hope I help. All right? Let's start. There's a presentation somewhere. Nice. Well, as it's been said, find a job, it's another job. You need to improve yourself, especially for immigrants that need to find yourselves in a new place, in a new culture, with another language. And it's more or less what I'm going to talk about today. Let's start with a very quick question. Let me ask you something. Have you ever felt prepared, studied, like knew your stuff, and then somehow when you have the opportunity to speak out, you start shaking? Who never? All the time. But when you think about this, it's not about not knowing what you talk about. Because in a job interview, you talk about yourself. The thing you've been studying like for a long time, and then suddenly you went blank. You don't know what to do. You start shaking. It's not about not knowing. It's not incompetence. It's about being afraid of the judgment. It's a reflection of your survival instinct. It's about, let's go back in the history for a while. In the jungle, one reason for survive is being a group. When you fight a lion, for example, You can do this by yourself. You need some help. You need a tribe, a group, a family. And when you see many eyes staring at you as a reflection, unconscious reflection of your brain, it's okay, so is it a threat, or they are judging? Am I in danger? And then you start to react to that. Everyone knows the word anxiety here, right? It's just a reflection of thinking you are in danger, but in fact, you're not. You're sitting in a desk that's only one or two persons. On the other side, they won't kill you. You're not like afraid of that. So the thing is, we can start questioning our senses of danger. That's exactly what I'm going to talk about. But when you talk about this immigrant thing, when you are in a new place, afraid of not being enough, not able to speak your truth, tell your story, convince the other that you are able to do the job. So it's not more about, we're not talking about being enough. We are about of not, let's say, trusting yourself. Sometimes you start questioning yourself and don't even stop to think that these questions make sense or not. And then it's like a hurricane of emotion, hurricane of thoughts. What I'm gonna do if they discover that I'm not so confident, and then for a moment in a snap, you forget about the thing you're doing and you start like just focus in yourself in a way that what I'm gonna do to avoid being a failure. Who said it's gonna be a failure? You start assuming the future based on the present that you feel you're not enough. But it's not what happens. I separate this sentence here because when you bring your own self, what's her name? For example, Claudiani. She has her own history in Brazil, yeah? In Brazil, she knew everything like she's been through since she was born. And she carries that. The good things, the happy moments, the tough parts, the bad memories. It's everything on her backpack. But how can she tell the story when we have this obstacle called English language? Sometimes you're very good in what you do. You just don't know how to say that. There starts the struggling. Because how can I tell my story if I don't know how? So, as I said before, we start to question ourselves, start to fear the future. But it's not about, this is a funny part, it's not about your failure. Because you've been like searching for a job for a long time, got many no's, many no responded mails, and then you got a job interview. You sit there, you do your best, and you don't get the job. It's not a problem, get the job. It's about telling others you didn't get the job. It's about the image you think you have in another head. For example, let's put some real life thing here. That's my first time speaking. Of course, I'm afraid of, like, I don't know if they're gonna understand me, if I can, like, I'll be able to pass the message on. And then the second thought, let's say like that, it's what are they going to think about me if they discover that I'm nervous? I'm not talking about you. That's this story I'm telling in my head. So let's see if it makes sense. When you talk about fear, it's only a sad story telling yourself, because we are always afraid of the future, but we don't know the future. How can I know the future? How can I know that I'm gonna be feeling bad because I didn't get the job or I didn't go well on the interview? We never know. So that's the real thing. Start questioning our own feelings. Not for repress them, but to understand them. You know what I mean? So, when you feel afraid of one thing, or a job in this case, it's very important to know that it takes time to reach the top level for being able to join a new career or transition a career. The failure is important. We're going to talk about this later. Just manage the time. So, here's some technical stuff. We're going to talk about neuroscience now. Just a second. This is the very big truth about your brain. You have a part of your mind, like say that, it's called unconscious. That's what, let's say, stores all your fears, all your traumas, and you respond by looking to these things. For example, let's say a person that are afraid of spiders. Who's afraid of spiders here? All right. Why? Exactly. But you are afraid. Somehow, in your mind, there's a reason to be afraid of a spider. Maybe something bad involving a spider or something in your past caused this trauma, and then you see a spider. And you remember that feeling, and then you try to avoid getting contact to the spider, and then you are afraid of the spider. So, your unconscious mind, it don't distinguish between the real and the fantasy. So, that's the thing. When you feel threat for something, your body starts to respond to that. The limbic system, it's there in a short term to defend yourself, to preserve your life. So when we are in a dangerous, even imaginary place, we intend to take 3 behaviors: the fight, the flight, the freeze. Is then when something bad happens around you, and then you start to feel your hands tingling. Have you ever felt that? And then you start like breathing like fast. It's your body preparing yourself to fight. So blood in your hands, in your feet, so you can fight the danger, the lion. The flight is the same thing, but when the danger is too big, you can't just fight, so you run away. And then that's a slightly different thing between the fight. You feel something bad, let's say in this region. You need to go to the bathroom, because if you empty, you're lighter, you can run faster, you know. Or freeze. For example, when an animal sees a predator and just freeze. It's a survival instinct. But does it make sense to fight, flight, or freeze in a job interview? What's the threat? You won't die. You won't be killed. So it's important to understand when you feel nervous that's what your body is responding to. It's a real threat. You're just feeling that, and you just give up for the feeling, and then, okay, yeah, what I'm gonna do now to survive if I don't get this job? You're just gonna leave the room, and keep running your life. You're gonna keep applying for jobs, get more interviews. Here is exactly the thing. You imagine 200,000 years ago, living in caves, and then you go out to try to find some berries, and then suddenly you see a tiger staring at you. The eyes. For our brain, the eyes have two meanings in general. First one, you being, let's say, watched. If you are alone, you can be a prey. And then eyes staring at you means danger. The cave age, Stone Age. Or in case of a group, let's say a family, a lot of eyes staring at you means you've been judging. If you do something wrong, you can be abandoned in the jungle with tigers around. So that's exactly what your brain thinks. Okay, they are looking at me. I can fail. If I fail, I'm in danger. But in fact, not anymore. Things has changed. Now you can handle a no, or even the very good phrase in the end of a job interview is, okay, we'll call you later. Never happens, but sometimes can happen. And then it's understanding your part of the job, because let's see if it makes sense. When you try, let's put it the other way. When you're not for missing an opportunity, but you still don't accept the no. When you go well on the interview, and then you get a no, and then, oh, I'm good enough for this job position. How can I get a no? You try to control the whole environment. You're not accepting. It's the same thing. The other side of the thought, it's about okay, I need to control this thing. I can't accept, I'm not accepted, and then I need to change that. But it's impossible. So you end up suffering. That's frustration. I'm talking about the way you can look to the situations, and also try not to just go on the flow emotionally wise. It's having control of yourself, and then learning how to deal with your inner responses. Frustration, fear. It's one thing that you can get stuck on, stop moving, and trying to figure it out why it's not going the same way you planned. But we're not talking about controlling everything, but also, but mainly we are talking about controlling what you can control. What you can do, improve your skills, train for interviews, get a better CV, get a better LinkedIn, make better connections. This is what you can control. The decision of the recruiter. Nah. So why spend some energy trying to control the environment and not focusing only controlling yourself? So one more. So here, that's a very good thing. And then I was speaking about this outside. When you are afraid of telling your story in a job interview, it's exactly the same thing that I bring in this slide. You can tell your story to friends normally without like being afraid of like judgment. Just speak. Go to the pub, grab a pint. Okay, let's tell my story. So I've been studying psychoanalysis, I'm doing the postgrad and blah, 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 blah. Naturally. And then you sit in front of the recruiter, you start shaking. The same story? How? Why? Exactly. Exactly. Bo, very good commentary. Pressure. You're not under pressure, all right? Was her. Whose was that? That's okay. That's okay. That's it. Yeah. But when I say, when we say pressure, it's, again, a fear of failure. You think you start now, I need to perform. I need to be 100%. Exactly. So you think that, you can't fail, that you fail. You get like, let's say you're focused on not failure, but in the end, you end up failing. You know? That's the fear. When you see the fear, you control the fear. You can, let's say, have yourself in your hands. You know what I mean? So when your brains react of the evaluation of the others, the eyes, it's normal. It's not personal. They don't hate you. The recruiter gonna choose another candidate. They don't even gonna remember you. So don't take to the heart. It's just a no, one more. Not the first, not the last. Oh, mais um. For immigrants, that's a playground. You meet someone who got a visa, who got a stable job, good salary, and then you start to projecting yourself in that person. That's okay, I want to be like that. Bruno Borges, very successful man, professional-wise, like entrepreneur, professional, and then you look at him, I want to be successful like him. Nice. But there's a difference between I get his story as a reference, as a target, or I want to be him. If you compare, let's say like that, I know very little about his whole history. And I know he has his job, his business, some of moments we share together, but I tell a story in my head that I know everything he's been doing to get where he's at. So let's say I know just some parts, the real thing, but I fill the gaps of this story with my ideas, my project. So that's not a real story. I'm just creating a reality. And I'm comparing myself with this story I just created. Does it make sense? What is this, mental? How can I feel bad for not being like him if I don't know the full story? I don't know the entire reality. So that's very important. And then to keep moving forward. This one, it's for the moment. So you can do whenever you are, at any moment, or more. This one, that's amazing. It's we call grounding. Grounding is when your thoughts are flying around and you couldn't focus on the present, on the moment, and you have to be. When you start questioning yourself, judging yourself, you can do the other thing to find the balance. The scale is like pointing to the bad side of you, and then, okay, no, I'm not that bad. I've done good things. and then start writing down. Because when you write, you just, let's say, translate the language, you apply language on the feelings. Inside of you, you speak your own language. You're not fluent in that. Sometimes you just, I think I know I'm feeling. I think that this I'm feeling now is called afraid, fear. But when you write down, you explain to yourself the feeling. You can notice something. Oh, it's not fear. I'm just uncomfortable. Being uncomfortable is much better than being fear. So when you write down, it's not the main thing is not about writing down. It's about reading of the information. So you can do in a piece of paper when you in a phase, that week that's hard, you couldn't do the things well. You write down in a post-it, and you leave that in your range of vision. When you feel bad, you read the note, and you're gonna remember good things you're able to do, things you have power to do. And then the basics. If you want to get a job, you get jump on your career, transitioning the fields of job, and you can't drink 2 liters of water per day. Come on. If you can't do the easy thing, how you'll be able to do the hard thing? So, basics. Sunlight, if you can. Let's face the reality, yeah? But vitamin D maybe. Sleep well. And we're not talking about insomnia. It's about when you intend not to sleep. Okay, I'm gonna go to Dices on Sunday, and I'm gonna work on Monday morning. That's the real thing. You need to rest. You need to eat properly. It's not about feeling full. It's about nutrients. If you don't put, let's say, the proper gasoline in yourself, how's it gonna work well? You need to look after yourself. Nobody else is going to do this for you. And movements. When we think about, okay, I'm gonna go to the gym or I'm gonna run outside, it's not about only keep your body healthy. That some hormones extremely necessary to the good functioning of your brain. You just can get it from moving your body. Not talking about, okay, let's do a professional thing. I'm going to be a bodybuilder. No, just go walk. Reach 5,000 steps a day. You're going to feel better. That the small things, not a huge change, just the small steps. You improve slightly one thing, and the other thing, start eating better, more water, more sleeping. It's going to be easy to deal with your emotions. Much easier to deal with the challenge. Because when you see one room, let's say the accountant's room, that's full of accountants there. We are a network, we are building bridges here, but it's still, they can steal your position. So you need to improve yourself, to control yourself, and not just living your emotions freely, because you can end up doing things that after that you can, I don't know why I feel this way, why I act this, why I react that way. So that's how you can know yourself better. So, for the last considerations, I think we got a common sense about fear. It's okay to be in fear. And being an immigrant or trying something new outside your comfort zone. Sorry. It's about rebuild yourself, a new version of you, more freely, because at the same time you are by yourself, far from home, far from the friends, the family, you also are free to decide by yourself. You don't need to ask permission for nothing. So, it is, but when you, because there's also consequences. It's everything your fault. If it goes well, it's your fault. If it go bad, your fault. Exactly. That's the comfort place. You can run for that. It's a subject for another speech here. I think we talk about it a lot. And let the fear walk beside you as let's say, a sidekick that points the places, the things in your life you need to improve, you need to get better. But don't let it lead. You not only fear. And here, I give this reflection. It's not adapting to fit in terms of getting a new job. It's about discovering the shape that is truly compatible with who you are. What does it mean? The field, the job, the industry won't shape according what you want, but it's about not giving up of who you are and adapting this shape of you, this idealized person that you think you are, to the field. Keep original, give your best, and then this is gonna pay off. If you fail, get up, keep walking, learn from me. Try to stay the less possible in the sad part of failure. Just try to get what I can do better, what I can learn from this, for not repeat that in the future. Don't know. Questions? No?
I see that you start with the conversation about the immigrant piece, right? But I assume that the fact that we are far from home, it makes things sometimes even harder than it actually is. I was just wondering, I have seen myself like before when I applied for Google, TikTok, and I was like constantly telling myself that I wasn't good enough because I was, as you said, comparing myself to a native English speaker and there's a microphone too. I'm holding it, sorry. Hello? Hello? Oh. Sorry. So many times I found myself like unfairly comparing with like an English native speaker, or perhaps even when I was already in the interview process and I have done, let's say, 6 interview rounds, and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna pass, and I was calling my friends like, Felipe, I don't know what to do, amigo, I think I failed. And at the end, okay, I got the job and everything, but I made the process much harder because I think I was feeding in myself maybe like an imposter syndrome. And I think that it's very easy for us to feed that kind of inner feeling. What is your best advice for us to tell ourselves that we are capable, or sometimes even when we are dealing with like a very tough situation, to not give up or to not compare ourselves?
Amazing question. Let's think from the beginning. This inner voice, the inner critic voice, we learn this kind of like conversation with ourselves, right? Let's say, who taught you that if you fail, you're gonna be punished? Maybe in your childhood, when you, let's go further than that. 2 years old, you start like giving up the, what's called the baby thing? Nappy. And then you are walking around in your place, and then you pee yourself. And then this adult who looks after you come and punishes you because you're not able to control yourself. And then 2 years old. And then you start growing up, and then you fail at school, you're punished. You have a fight outside, you're punished. So you learn, if you fail, you'll be punished. And then you start to fear failing because you're gonna be punished. But somehow in the middle of the process, you forgot that this person who's supposed to be punishing you won't do this. But the process in your mind includes the suffering. So who never find yourself in a place that, well, I'm suffering. I don't need to create the suffering. Because we live in a repetition. Our mind keeps trying to repeat what we are familiar with. Maybe your childhood brings these memories of the punishment, and then you start doing this to yourself. Does it make sense? So the tip is no repression, but you can question when you feel yourself in this place of suffering. Why I'm doing this? Is that something else different that can I do to change this feeling? And then it's not about not feeling, but to understand the feeling as a response. And then when you get the question, you can re-elaborate everything. Do you know what I mean? It's not about the reaction. You think about, this is a response. What is the question? The main thing is the question. The question is your inner desire. It's a long process.
But here we are, we will go through it together.
Yeah. Any other question?
Any other question before we bring our next guest? As you can see, I have 0 time here.
Hello? Okay, so my question is, to bring emotion to motion, like from idea to executing the idea of a project. Sometimes you feel alone. Yeah. No, most of the times you feel alone in the project. What would you say to somebody who's involved in a project? You see the potential, but it's feeling like they're feeling lonely, or what do we do?
Loneliness is sometimes it's tough, but sometimes it's freedom. When you, I'm going to bring opinion here because there's no technique to deal with that. But you can think okay, what this feeling of loneliness is telling you? You want somebody else to do what? To approve, to bring another insights, to just carry the burden with you. It's depending on what the feeling is telling you. So that's a kind of abstract way, but it's not about asking what you're gonna do with the feeling. It's about asking the feeling what the feeling wants from you. When you change the angle, perhaps you can find the response for that. So if you feel alone in a project, you can try to find somebody else. Or you can ask, what's the problem to do it alone? What are you looking for with this other, let's say, object in your project? Got it?
You can count on building bridges also to make sure that we are here,
Networking.
standing to each other, Marion, thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Please
guys.
applause
Thank
for
you.
Marion.
Thank you very much. A little bit about me. Brazilian, immigrant, psychoanalyst, and specializing in psychology immigration. That's what I do. I try to help the understanding of the individual. That's nothing one common thing. Everyone, it's a unique part of the story. So that's my job. Thanks very much. You can find more of my work here. I'll be in the mental health room. That's cards there. So feel free to reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, amigo. So just to make another connection and to keep going, for those who want to have a quick break, please feel free to do so. But we will still here in the main room, and the conversation will keep going. Now, our next topic is actually... Hello, hello? Yes, we are here. So... I can send it to you if you want, or you can ask. Right? So when we equip ourselves with the right tool, it can make our life much easier. And that's why our next speaker, Melissa Roa, will share with us an amazing and honestly very transforming tool. When I was applying for work many times, I found myself lost. And then when I heard about the wheel of life, everything was like, oh. Because you will analyze your life, your path, holistically speaking. And then it's basically when you step back and you see everything that you have to do, you set your path and go for it. Right? Are you ready to learn about wheel of life? So please, my dears, welcome Melissa Roa, our coaching that will help you to thrive in your next career or job searching. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you, Gustavo, for the wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here today. As I can see, everybody is really committed and already working in their purpose, because otherwise you wouldn't be here, right, showing up in a Sunday like we have today, correct? So today I want to talk to you about how coaching tools can help you move forward, can help you bring clarity, and how coaching is a really powerful tool that everybody can put into place alone. Of course, that if you have like a coach that can help you, of course you can go deeper, but everybody can get advantage of these tools on your own. So yeah, next slide, please. So basically, the talk today is about planning with purpose, and one of the many tools that we could use as a coach, one of them is the life of will. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous because today is a really good day. It's a really good moment to be here, so thank you so much for your understanding if I stop a little bit. Next slide, please. So basically, I was already introduced by Gustavo, but I am a career coach. I'm living in Ireland for the past 15 years. So I was also one day working in a coffee shop and everything. I worked in corporate myself in different areas as customer success and other areas as well. But my purpose was always serve people. And you're going to understand how was my journey, right? So through my life, I was shaping a little bit my purpose. So I started in one way, but as much as I got to know myself and as much people get to know themselves, I think they can evolve and adjust their actions, and where they want to go. So basically, along the years, I specialized myself in neurolinguistic programmation and also in hypnotherapy, and I use those tools with coaching to help people realize and unlock their potential, getting clarity, and put in actions, an action plan so you can achieve your goals, okay? So next slide, please. Basically, I wanted to show and share with you guys my journey a little bit, okay? So you might be thinking that what's bringing me today here would be my studies. But before talking about the studies, what brought me here today was my purpose, okay? Because before, so you don't know, but this is in a chronological order, okay? So basically I start thinking and following a purpose that was helping others, right? Serving others. And that's why I started studying hotel management. And this was my purpose, serving people, right? But as I evolved, as I got opportunities, as I went working in different industries and areas, as I moved to Ireland in 2010, and I see that there was so many opportunities and so many skills that I had in my pockets that I could use in different areas. So that's why I was saying, the more you know yourself, the more you can refine and adjust your actions and what you go do. So before what brought me here wasn't my studies. First, my drive and to study those things was following my purpose, okay? So doesn't matter what you're gonna study, but if you know what you're gonna take from that, what you wanna do with that, then you are more aligned. So even if a course is difficult, but if you want and you know what do you wanna take from that, even when things are harder, you can stay focused and moving forward. Okay? So, during today's, what I want to be talking about is what coaching really is, because there is a lot of confusion, and people sometimes get a lot of misunderstanding about what coach properly is. I would like to share with you some tools that coaches they use that can help you bring in some clarity. I also would like to talk about the Wheel of Life, so that way you can have a very good tool that we're going to practice in a moment here today. Also, how to identify your purpose, and more important, why is it important identifying your purpose for when you will need this, right? So why should we take a moment to reflect and try, not only a moment, because sometimes it's not just in a moment that you will find your purpose, but really reflecting on why those things are important. Then, basically, let's start with what coaching is, okay? So coaching is a process, and through this process is a methodology that through this process, you can get this alone, of course, right? But with the help of a coach, you can gain clarity in a certain area. This could be business area, professional area, personal area, doesn't matter the area, but it helps you to bring clarity. And a coach will never tell you what to do, and I will get to this in a moment. But through clarity, you start to have more, you start to visualize your goals. So apart from giving you clarity, will help you to define goals and how to achieve that. So we'll bring you clarity, will help you set goals, will help you unlock your potential, because whenever you need to do something, sometimes you don't know how to get there. But if you are tasked with something, you will realize that you have more skills than you believe you have, right? So sometimes through the process of coaching, you unlock skills that you were not even sure that you had it, right? And then coaching can help you put in a plan of action, setting clear actions, so hold you accountable so you can start moving forward. So that's why it's so powerful, because it's really a methodology that is really quick, that can help you really doing steps, right? So you feel that you're not alone, you feel that somebody is really with you through the process, and that's why you start moving forward, because when you know what to do, when you have a clear picture, so of course you're going to start talking and actioning things, right? And then the confusion around coaching basically would be, some people think that the coach will tell you what to do. This would be mentoring, and this is another thing that a coach can do, of course, but coaching itself would be a powerful methodology where the coach will gonna, through the powerful questioning, you will find your own answers. And that's why it's really powerful, because whenever people find their own answer, so you know when you are in a session or talking to somebody and somebody asks you a question and you go, that's a good question. Never thought about this. This is what you want to provoke in the coachee, which is the person that's taking the coaching session, right? So you want to stimulate the person to think in different ways so that they can find their own answers. So basically, you will stimulate the person to do different neural connections or bring in something from the unconscious to the conscious mind, and then this is coming from inside. And when something comes from inside, it really is strong, resonates much more with you rather than somebody telling you what to do. And this is coaching. So that's, if somebody tells you what to do, there would be another format, there would be mentoring, okay? So coaching is really powerful because it's a future-oriented and it's action-oriented. So moves you forward from A to B. You put an action and you track, and there is movement, right? Next slide, please. So basically, talking about coaching tools, right? There is loads of coaching tools that you can get an advantage. And in this QR code, you can go to a blog post that I did a few years ago, where you have different tools that you can use. And I would like to talk about a few of them. I just spoke about powerful questions, right? So anyone today or any given time can get some questions. So you can Google powerful questions to bring clarity in a certain area. Anyone can answer these questions, and this can bring you clarity. But of course, with the help of a coach, you can go deeper, deeper, and deeper, right? So maybe you can ask the questions, but if somebody else is asking you the questions, maybe the person can go deeper, the person can analyze your movements and see if you're really being true to yourself, right? So powerful questions is one of the tools of a coach. Another one would be the goal setting. So, as I told you, the coach will help you to set goals, right? And those goals, they should be in a certain way, otherwise you will feel that it's really hard to achieve. So basically, there are certain methodologies like the SMART and the GROW methodologies that will help you to set goals, but in a way that they stick, that you are accountable, that you can track the progress and the success, and that help you to really measure and adjust, right, whenever possible and needed. And also there are values exercises that are very important. So the Wheel of Life is one of the tools I will be talking in a moment, is our focus of the day. But really, those tools, they are available to everybody. You don't need a coach to do those exercises. And I really encourage people to do them at least twice a year. So you can have an assessment, you can see where you are, then you can set priorities so you can adjust during the year, you know. So if you have a time, just get this QR code. So next slide, please. Then, why we are talking about the Wheel of Life today? Because the Wheel of Life is really a very good tool that gives you an assessment. It's like an X-ray, okay? So it assesses different areas of your life, so like finance, different areas of your life, so spirituality and others. And after answering this, and we're gonna do this together in a moment, you can have an assessment of where you are in life, in the different areas, and then you can address the gaps. So that's why it's so powerful, because it gives you a visual of where you are in the different areas. Then you can start, okay, so I'm very low in certain area, I can prioritize one or other, and then you can start assessing the gaps, right? So really, after the Wheel of Life, you're kind of more encouraged to, okay, this area needs priority, let's walk, let's action that, right? So next slide, please. So I spoke a lot about the Wheel of Life, but now it's time to practice. We have the English version, we have the Portuguese version, so if you would like to do this now with me, it would be great. I will encourage everybody to really get the QR code and save, because we're gonna access this today, but I want everybody checking this in the future, so maybe in 3 months or 6 months after, so we can assess if there was any movement, if there is something that moved or improved. So let's do this, and I will be quiet a little bit, so otherwise I don't let you reply, okay? So let me know when you all finish replying. Could we leave on the other? Yeah, because we're gonna do the assessment, yeah. It's something quick, but let's do this together. Anybody find it difficult to find the link or everything good? Okay, good. So let's do this. Wow. Yes, perfect. So you're going to be popped and asked to reply from 0 to 10. What's the grade you give yourself in the different areas of your life, okay? So I'm curious to see the results in a moment.
Can I ask one thing?
Of course you can.
Just to make sure that everyone understands. So when it says spirituality, it means that there is a number 1. So let's say 1 would be if I'm very bad at my spirituality.
I don't feel that I'm connected enough or that I'm doing enough work with my spirituality, for example. Okay, and 10 would be if you feel that you are doing great in this area, that you are really aligned, that you are happy with the actions you are taking. So 1 would be a low score, and 10 would be everything is good, we don't need to look after this area, okay? How is everybody getting on? No good? Yeah? Almost finishing? Great to see everybody focused and concentrated on this reflection piece, which is really important. Yes. I see people still focused. I will give 1 more minute, okay? Because I really think it's important we do this exercise if possible. But don't forget to really save the link, and then we can do this another time as well, in the future, in 3-4 months, more or less. Okay? Great. Good. You enjoy doing the exercise? Yeah? Do we have any results already? Everybody ready, more or less? Yeah? What was the area that rated the lowest? Anybody want to share anything? Everybody's shy. We need to pick somebody here in the audience. Yes? Tell me.
Love, relationship.
Oh. So maybe today you can focus on networking and not only networking. So then you have a focus area there, right? Okay. So how do you feel having a visual assessment or an X-ray of your current situation? Does it give you some power? Does it give you some courage to start working, right? Great. That's what I wanted. So you can be honest. If not, tell me. It's fine. Okay. So next slide, please. So basically, after having done this exercise, I really want everybody to ask yourself, and even if you cannot answer this now, take a picture, because when you have a moment to reflect, it would be great that everybody asks themselves, okay, what is off balance? Which are the areas I need to focus myself, okay? Then, maybe, where do you feel stuck? This question has to be asked. So, you might feel that scenario needs priority, fine. But even though sometimes you're still stuck, you don't know how to get out of the inertia, basically, right? So how to keep moving yourself. So ask yourself, what needs to be done? So what area do you want to improve out of these areas mentioned on the wheel of life, okay? And then, what can be done to be improved? But the most important thing after this exercise, what I want you to start focusing would be, why do you want to regain balance? Because sometimes we say, okay, this is my priority, but if you don't really have clear why do you want to do something, or why do you want to achieve certain things, in a day that is raining or is cold, you might not be feeling that you want to do that. So when you know your why, when you really know your why, you have the courage, the power, the drive to keep going, to keep following your dreams, to keep doing things that perhaps they were like not so easy to be done. But when you really know your why, your drive, doesn't matter if it's raining, if it's a sunshine. We are all here today. So first, congratulations to who is here today. And thanks so much for being. So then next. So talking about purpose, right? So why that's so important to talk about your why, okay? Let's define purpose, because a lot of people talk about purpose, but sometimes there is a misunderstanding or a confusion on what purpose really means, right? So according to the Cambridge Dictionary, purpose is the determination or a feeling of having a reason for what we do something, okay? And then, your purpose really is something that is really action-oriented. People around you will notice your action. So why Melissa does something, right? So people know why I do, because this is my purpose, because my mission is to help people. So people will feel the actions of what you do, okay? That's why it's action-oriented. And then, purpose can be defined that in the way that your purpose will drive you, basically, and it's your why. Another version, and I don't know if you have heard about the Ikigai, okay? If you're a bit lost on how to find your purpose and how to find your why, you can be thinking about the Ikigai. So the Ikigai would talk about what do you love doing, what you are good at, what can you be paid for to do, and also for the fourth one, I just went blank now. The fourth one would be on, what do you love doing, what you can be paid for, what you are good at, and what the world needs, okay? So the intersection of the four things will be your purpose, your why, what drives you, okay? So that would be another questions to drive your purpose, to find your purpose, apologize. Now, we are talking a lot about purpose, right? So you might be tired about me already talking about purpose. But why am I being so persistent and talking so much about purpose and purpose? Because the purpose will give you direction, right? And today I want to bring you this example from Simon Sinek. Have you ever heard about Simon Sinek and the book Starting With Your Why? Did somebody heard about this book? If not, so take a note, because it's really a good book. And I really recommend this book, okay? And why we are talking about this? Because your why will drive how you're going to do things and what you will be doing. So that's the reason we are talking so much about purpose, because everything starts with your why. You need to know why you are doing something to keep steady, strong, and consistent. Otherwise, you will give up at the first difficulty you find, right? So we need to know our why, and that's why I'm talking so much about purpose today. Then, knowing your purpose will also help you to get focused, because then sometimes you are not sure if you do this or that. If you know your purpose, you will ask yourself, would this bring me closer to what I want, or would it be that thing that's going to bring me closer to what I want, right? So basically, we will help you with your decision-making, right? So defining your purpose is important to help you know what to do, when to do as well, okay? Next. Then, why the wheel of life and purpose, they come together? Because the wheel of life is a snapshot. Will give you your current status. So after having the diagnosis, right, you can think about what should I do, when should I do, how should I do, and all the things. So we need to have a current picture, know where we are, so we know how to move forward. So basically, the life of wheel is your snapshot. Your purpose is your long-term why. So is your big picture, is your North Star, is what is guiding you through the way. And then together, your purpose plus your life of will, knowing what is deficient, for example, will help you to set up the short-term goals and the actions that need to be done or taken to arrive to your big why and purpose, okay? 10. Ooh, let me get some water. Then, let's start actioning things, right? Because we're talking a lot about purpose and you might be tired, but now we need to start actioning things, right? Because, of course, that is the time of reflection, that is the time of setting actions, and that is the time to action, basically. So let's start thinking. Ask yourself, write down this question or take a picture, but ask yourself in a certain moment, what do you want to change? What needs to be changed to you to get to your goal, okay? So what will you commit to do next? What can you commit today with yourself, with myself here perhaps? Sometimes it's hard to commit. Sometimes we need somebody to hold us accountable. So having a friend, having somebody, a supporter, a champion, somebody that you trust, that you share your goal, that you share what you want to achieve, that can support you. This is also holding you accountable. So what do you want to commit today to do different? How you want to change things? What do you want to change, okay? Then, what do you want to change? Will this align with your future purpose? The more you can align the things you are changing with your purpose, the more you will stick, okay? So that's why it's so important talking about purpose. Next slide, please. And then to recap and start closing today, coaching. Coaching is a tool that brings us clarity and is action-oriented. When you have clarity of what should be done, when should be done, you start moving. There is no way, because if you know what to do, why would you be sitting steady, right? So if you have things to do, if you know where you want to go. Then the Wheel of Life is a quick assessment tool that helps you get in that clarity. Then your purpose is your anchor, as I said, is what will help you to get out of the bed in a rainy day or at 5 o'clock in the morning, because you know that certain things have to be done. So sometimes you are in a job that you don't like much, but you know that that job is important to gather the skills you need to your next job. So that's why that purpose anchors us. And then there is no way you start actioning, there is no way you start moving forward if you don't have clarity. So that's why they work so well together, because action starts with awareness. So you don't do what you don't know, you just do what you know, right? Or at least what you know how to do at least, or finding the steps. Then, next step. So basically, as I said, all the exercises I mentioned, they can be in your own. You definitely can do this. But if you want to go deeper, if you want to make sure you're not sabotaging yourself, or that you are going deeper enough, that you are juggling all the angles, maybe you can get a help of somebody, like a professional, like a coach. And if you want to go deeper, with this QR code, if you book a session with me, I will give you some discount for the people using this QR code. Okay, so next slide, please. And if you want to be in touch with me, that's the QR code. And if you have any questions, I welcome you here to ask me any questions you need to help you having some more clarity. Thank you. No? Yeah, I have a question. I don't know. Do I need that?
Hello? Oh, I'm learning.
Thank you very much. I think I learned a lot. And my question is how to balance between loads of ideas and change, because sometimes I feel that, okay, I want to change the job, but I also want to start my own business, and I also want to maybe try a social media on Instagram, TikTok, and I also want to date and have a social life. And I also want to dye my hair, and I also want to travel, and I also want to go to Brazil. So how can I balance all these feelings and all these ideas and all this necessity?
Thank you so much for your question. And this is a good problem to have, in a sense that you have resources, right? You have things to do. So how I would tackle this, right? I would bring clarity to try to understand what would be your priority. So of course we all want to do different things, and there are different areas of our life that we want to keep moving, and we can keep moving them together. So, but of course there were certain areas that they need a little bit more of attention, prioritization, they need certain steps. So I would have some clarity or seek some clarity of what is most important now, where you are in the certain areas, and what you would tackle first, because you can tackle different areas at the same time. Yes, but it's always best if you can tackle one at a time, because you can be more intentional, you can be more having time to other things. As you said, you want to dye your hair, you want to go to Brazil as well, so there is no way we can tackle everything at once. But of course, I'm pretty sure that thinking a bit, having more clarity, you might find out that there is one area that you want to prioritize over another one, right, perhaps. So I would seek some more clarity on what's first, what's most important for you right now. Would be a career, would be. That's why the Wheel of Life helps a lot to bring us some more clarity and saying, should I focus on health? Should I focus on career first? So, yeah. Did I answer your question? Yes, thank you very much. You're more than welcome. Any other questions?
No. I might have
Of course.
I can see. Hello?
Hello.
In terms of time, I think we still have at least like 10 minutes.
Yes.
I was wondering, Mel, if you are okay, if we just quickly come back to the slides where you shared the wheel of life.
Of course, yes, please.
So just to make sure that we can help people to interpret the wheel of life, maybe
Yes.
at home later.
Definitely.
Because
Let's
I
go back.
feel like this is going to be very, and I loved that you have this automatized. Because just to make sure, if it does make sense, if it
Of
doesn't,
course, it
you
completely
can be
does.
honest. I remember that when I was studying this too, someone said to me that the wheel of life should be interpreted like a bike, right? You know, a bike has two wheels, right? Imagine if yourself try to get up in the bike and you try to move in, but it's not circular. I mean, the shape, right? Let's say that it's a square. Can you move forward and back in a bike when the wheel, it's not circular?
No.
No. So when I got this, I started to bring this conception to my interpretation of the wheel of life. Meaning that you all have the link, right, that you have inputted, like spirituality, dating, what else we have there?
We have all these areas. So basically, we want to bring balance to people, right? So the more balanced and aligned we are with our goals and with our purpose, the easier we flow, basically, right? So when you are more stuck in one area than another, things start to get heavier. Things start to get difficult. So the more balanced we can be, or try to be, of course, without putting any other pressures apart from the ones we already have, but the more balanced or the more equal we can be when we look at our different areas. So, for example, you might be feeling that you are at 8 or at 7 in a career, but your health might be like with a 1 or 2. So how come you can keep progressing in different areas, okay, if there are other areas such as unbalance? So the wheel of life helps you to bring some balance and really bring attention to the areas, because when there is an imbalance, anything that there is an imbalance, it's not performing the best way possible, right? Because it's like if there is something a little bit like this, you know? So the more balanced you are, the more you can have the same numbers around, the better it will be. So you will be more balanced, you will be able to perform better, to think about the things you want to do whenever everything is more or less more aligned, basically, okay?
Mel, quick
Yes.
question. So let's say that I have added all the numbers in the wheel of life. So ideally, it should be circular like this, right?
Yeah.
But realistically speaking, it's like, it's not circular. It's quite, let's say, messy.
Yes.
So it means that I should then prioritize like those small things in order to bring other pillars of my life into this more circular
And as in
shape.
this example, you might have different areas that are out of balance, and that's okay, that's all fine. But bringing clarity and getting to understand what are the areas that are out of balance, you can start tackle. So would I like to tackle first health, or would I like to tackle first my house and my environment? Okay, so with this, you can make more informed decisions. Basically, you can have better insights to decide on what should I focus next. So, answering your question, I would love that you can reflect back on the wheel of life, that you can take the moment to really concentrate, and probably after the exercise in a calmer moment, you can get more clarity on where should you focus first, right? And why? So probably reflecting on your why, or what do you want to achieve, will give you the clarity to know, should I focus in which area first?
Can I share one experience?
Of course, please, Paula.
I didn't use the heel, but I used a kind of a system map.
Yes, there are different ways.
I did it when I was here as a student, and I was looking for a work permit at the time. But when I did this process, I was looking to my health, but when I gave like a rate between my areas, my career was like very down, and it was at the time my priority because I was looking for a work permit. So this really helped me because I'm like you. I want to do a lot of stuff. I want to be an entrepreneur. I need to work. I'm also leader of a community, so I need to do many things. But always we need to focus on what exactly I need to do right now. So it's a great tool to help you to gain clarity, look at, okay, so for example, I just look at here and I saw that my health is, I run, but I see that I can do more for my health. For example, I can go for the gym, but I don't like it, but I want to, you know? So it's really a powerful tool, but the powerful tool is here. You have to look at your head and think what exactly you want in your life.
And be honest with you, because sometimes you want to fill out certain things as well, and sometimes you're not that honest when replying. So actually ask yourself and be truly honest with yourself. Thank you so much, Paula, for the insights. Appreciate. Yeah, any other questions so far?
Don't be shy.
Yes, that's your moment. Okay.
All good.
So I think we are very, tell me. Thank you so much. Yes, I was raised speaking Spanish, so my first language is Spanish, and my second language is the Portuguese. So I can support people in the three languages, and yeah. And sometimes I do some mistakes because my mind goes all over the place. So if I said something strangely wrong, that's why. But it's okay. Yeah, but some people speak more. Come on, we're comparing ourselves, right? So don't compare yourself. Everyone has your own journey. So I really hope to see you having more clarity and making the most of this session. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate. Thank you. Okay, perfect.
Hello, perfect. Thank you, Mel. So the next session, it starts in actually 5 minutes. And just for you to know, the subject we are discussing is understanding salary, taxes, payslips in Ireland. It's starting at 3. Okay? So please enjoy, grab some water, and then be back in 5 minutes, okay? going to be about understanding your salary, understanding your taxes, Payslips in Ireland. I know that sometimes it's quite tough, right, for us to understand, especially people who are not that good with numbers. Like myself, for instance, I still struggle, even though I'm working here like for 8 years already. And I think it's very important for us to understand all the taxes that it involves, the complexity of everything, and I believe that it's so helpful when we have the opportunity to discuss about it with someone who has all the knowledge, right? And that's why we thought about introducing this important topic to our discussions today. And there is no better place to guide us through all this journey than Bia. Come here, Bia. The floor is all yours, my love. Just let me know when to pass the slide.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I forgot my glasses, so I have my prescription. Sorry about that. Thank you, everyone, to come today. I'm going to talk about taxes. No one likes to talk about it, just myself, but that's fine. It's a kind of presentation. It's a simple presentation for you, but I also have a payslip here that I can guide you through this. I know, as Gustavo mentioned, he's been here for almost 8 years. I've been here almost 10, and I have some Irish friends. They don't know how to read the payslip. Okay, so can you can pass one more? So this would be our agenda. We're gonna talk about a little bit about my company, what's revenue, PAYE and taxes in Ireland, some tax credits, emergency tax, how to avoid that, and Q&A, okay? So myself, I'm graduated in economic sciences in Brazil. I came to Ireland and I started ACCA, then I switched back to CIMA. I just explained to the guys in accounting room why. And I've been working since I was 19, so 21 years now of experience working. Yeah, I know I don't look like this, but yeah, I'm old. And in Ireland, I started working in Bank of Ireland, then I moved to Baxter and I worked almost 6 years there. I decided to go for accounting practice because I had my own company and I couldn't find an accountant to help myself. So I learned along the path. It was 7 years. And I saw loads of entrepreneurs trying to understand how taxes work in Ireland, not only personal income tax, but corporate tax as well. That is why I created Simplest Tax. And my mission is simplify accounting for everyone. So what exactly revenue means, right? Revenue Commissioner is an institute from Irish government that is responsible for all the taxes and customs in Ireland, okay? Some people think that, but I'm gonna receive cash in hand. Don't think about it because revenue is gonna put someone outside your, how can I say? Outside your store, and they're gonna monitor you, and they know if you have employees, they know if they're registered, they know if you're paying VAT, they know everything, okay? And how does it work for the employee? All the employees here in Ireland, they are registered through PAYE system, which is called pay as you earn, which means that as much as you pay to the government is as much as you earn, okay? So we have those 3 taxes in Ireland, and some people, they misunderstood those taxes. The first one is income tax. Income tax, we have, in my opinion, we have 3 bands, okay? The first band is 0 until up to 20K if you receive per year because you have all the tax credits, therefore you don't pay taxes. The other band is 20% from 20 to 44. It was updated. And then after 44K, the difference, you're gonna pay 40%, okay? For PRSI, is pay-related social insurance. In Brazil, we call INSS. Is the tax you pay when you're gonna retire, and this is 4% flat. And USC is a very controversial charge, but they use this to funding healthcare, okay? We know healthcare here is not the best, but we're paying for that. And USC, there is a threshold. If you receive less than 13K per year, you won't pay tax. After that, you're going to pay as escalonated, so you have rates. The first 12K, you pay 0.5. The next 15K, you're going to pay 2%. The next 42K, 3%. They updated this recently. And the balance, you're going to pay 8%. So when you go over 8K, you're going to pay 8%. Okay. Please. So why tax matters? As I mentioned to you, we are funding some services, for example, education, housing, infrastructure, and healthcare. And also, it's our responsibility. In Ireland, we have the self-assessment process, which means that you are responsible for your own taxes. You're not obliged to do your income tax, but you should do this. And you have until 4 years to do this. So we are in 2025, now we are doing 2024, 2023, 22, and 21. If you forgot to do your taxes in 2020, you cannot come back and redo your taxes. So what I usually advise to my clients is, please do your taxes by not in January, but in February on the following year. Okay, sometimes your HR just pay you incorrectly, or you have some tax credits to include. It's good to be in line with revenue. Okay. So I put here some information about the most common tax credits we have. So we have the single and married person. For this year, it's 2,000K for single and 4K for married person. And you also have the rent credit. I'm going to talk more about it later. Okay. And this is something that you should be aware that you have those credits, and those credits are included in your payslip. They are deducting your personal income tax every week or every month if you receive monthly payments. Okay, this is something automated by revenue, and when they run a payroll, they're gonna have this deduction for you. So I like to give this as an example. This is on revenue website. It's not something that I create. So if you want to go over and check, it's just an explanation on how this works. So we have rate bands. So until 44, as I mentioned, if you are single, you pay up to 20%. Okay, so in this case, John is single. His rate band will be 44 per year. So he's gonna pay 20% of income tax. And he has this amount per week, so 840 euros, that he can receive per week until 20%, okay? If he goes over that weekly, then the taxes will be deducted 40% from his tax, from his payslip, sorry. In this case, he earns 350 per week. The standard rate will be 20, and he has a limited, as I mentioned. Also, because his income is less than the rate band, he won't be applied the 40%. If we get the tax credits, so his single is 4,000 euros, and divided by 52, 52 are the weeks that we have in Ireland, not in Ireland, but everywhere. So we have a credit of deduction of 76 euros weekly. If we put in the tax calculation here, just moving a little bit, so we have the income would be 70K, but then he doesn't have a tax at 40, the gross tax will be 70, the deduction will be 76, therefore, for income tax, he's paying 0. Okay, that's the count that we usually do when we are paying the payslip. It's pretty straightforward, so if you want to check your payslip, for example, just in regards to income tax, you can do this calculation, and it makes it simple for you to understand. So this is a payslip. This is a true payslip. Okay. This person, she was receiving less than 13K, as I mentioned to you. You can see, for example, the employee details. You have the PPS number. You have the calculation base that could be cumulative, or it could be a week 1. Usually when you start, like first week of the year is week 1, or if you move to another job, sometimes it goes to week 1, but we also advise you to get, like, just, you don't need to call revenue, but you can send a message to revenue through my inquiries on your My account and ask them if you are on a week 1 basis to be in cumulative, because cumulative is better for you. Okay. we have all the tax credits, the cut points, and then you see the monthly pay, the holiday pay, the tax that will be deducted, the USC, the PRSI, and you have, for me, this is the most important thing, the monthly and the year-to-date. Why I like the year-to-date figures? Usually, I'm not talking about all the companies, I'm talking about my company, because I know this payslip came from my company, okay? The year-to-date is very important for you when you're doing your income tax returns. So as I mentioned to you, for my clients, I usually do in February, I don't do in January, I will explain you why. And then you need to have the last payslip to confirm if all the taxes have been deducted. Sometimes revenue have all the information, sometimes they don't have. I was in a lecture 2 months ago, and there was a lady, she wants to give her as an example. So she gave the payslip, and we start showing on the screen. But then I saw that she has just a tiny bit as year to date. So the company that she was working on wasn't in declaring to revenue. So then we need to go to revenue and ask them to declare. She said that she was working for 6 months, and she just have like 1,000 euros. So weird. Please pay attention on this. If it's a serious company, you're gonna have all your year-to-date numbers, okay? So for payroll, we have a system since 2019 that's called RPN. It's Revenue Payroll Notification. Whenever you start a new job, you don't have now to go to revenue and flag that you start a new job and put all your employee numbers. Your employee is gonna get your PPS number and gonna include you in the next RPN, and then you'll be into the system. Okay, everything is automated, as I mentioned here. So the payroll is usually calculated in cumulative basis, but sometimes could be calculated on week 1. This means that each payday is dealt with on this one, separate from previous weeks. I had this in my payslip, and I just found out last month, so I had to call revenue, and they changed from myself from week 1 to cumulative, and it was around 200 euros that I wasn't receiving. So I was paying more taxes, so pay attention on that. So what exactly is emergency tax? Emergency tax is when you don't have a PPS number, or you have a PPS number but you have 2 other jobs, or your company just prepared the payroll without running the RPN. Therefore, you're not getting all the credits that you should have. Okay, so it's very important for you to ensure that your company is registered. When I mostly deal with companies, so either limited companies or solo traders. And when I do that, I try to ensure that all the employees, they have the RPN running, and they're not on emergency taxes, because I know we need to have the money by the end of the month. It's very important. So those are the cases. If you don't have a PPS, you go for emergency tax. If you haven't provided to your employer your PPS in time, for example, you may start it on 25th of the month, and they don't have time to go to their accountant and run all the RPN, so you're gonna receive some cash, you can receive your payslip, but you might be in emergency tax. And also, you provided your number, but you have more than 1 job. Some people, they have 2, 3 jobs, and that's no problem. You can have as many jobs as you want. The only thing is, you should go to my account and should split your taxes. In this case, it's not the taxes that we need to split. You should split the rate band. Why I'm saying rate band? Let's give you an example. Imagine if you I work in a pub, and I also work as accountant. One of my employees, she does that. So she's part-time with me, and 2 days a week, she goes for the pub. And if you think, okay, I'm gonna receive in the accounting practice 20K, but I'm gonna receive 15K in the pub, that's no problem. You go to my account, get all the information. Okay, this is the rate band. Those are the 2 employees I have. So you divided the information. You don't need also to divide your tax credits if you don't want, but divide the rate band. Therefore, when they are gonna pay you, you're going to be paid by 20% and not 40%. Okay, that's the most common mistake I could see from people who has more than one job. Cool. Okay, so if you are an emergency tax, what should you do? Okay, first things first, go to your profile in my account and check if your rate bands have been splitted or not. If positive, you are on emergency tax basis, so you need to split your taxes. You can do this straight away. You just send a message through my account, and revenue should accept your split of taxes. In your next payslip, after the tax split, the charge will stop. Sometimes you receive this tax that you have paid, sometimes not. Therefore, you need to go by the end of the year and do your income tax. Okay. I had a situation where they charged me all my salary in 1 month. I received 83 cents. It was devastated. But then the following month, they sent me the same salary, which was great. Like, I received my salary. But the previous company I was working on, they forgot to unflag that they have ceased the employmentship with me. And then in June, I received the cash. So sometimes it takes some time, sometimes you don't receive, and you have to do your income tax by the end of the year. Okay. And the other alternative that you can do is request a refund. If you do your calculation and you feel that you need to receive this cash, you can send a message through my inquiries on my account, and they can send the cash to you. Okay, sorry. You can stay there, yeah. The most important thing is, do not fill your Form 12. When I say Form 12, is the normal income tax that you fill by the end of the year until mid or end January. Why I'm saying that? Usually the payroll can be sent until 14th of January. Okay, so the payroll from December. And sometimes it takes until 24th, 25th of January to being checked. And if the company made a mistake, they can go and correct. They're going to make amendments. If you do your income tax prior to that, you may receive less than you should, or you may have to pay more. We don't know, so it's better just to wait. In my opinion, just wait until February. Don't go on 1st of January and do your income tax. Please, don't do that. Thanks. So the common mistakes here. This one is for the old, not informing revenue of a new job. This was for the old, it was previous 2018, sorry about that. But not splitting tax credits between two jobs, or not splitting the rate band. That's the most common mistake we have. And filling Form 12 too early, before late January, as I mentioned to you, you might don't have the full taxes there. And not informing revenue of a new job. This is not your duty. This is your company duty, so you don't have to worry about it. It was prior to 2019. Okay. About rent tax credit. I received loads of messages about rent tax credit. Okay, if you don't pay enough taxes, you don't have rent tax credits. Okay, just to make clear, because some people say, I'm going to receive 1,000 euros. No, you won't, unless you pay your taxes. Okay, so this reduces the amount of income tax you have to pay in the tax year, as I mentioned before. It was created in 2022 and up to 2025, but we know that they're probably going to extend this again. And depend on the amount of rent you pay and the income tax you pay. The tenancy must be registered on RTB. Okay, if you don't have the RTB number, you cannot claim this. But there is one opportunity that you can claim without the RTB, is when you have the rental room relief. For example, I live in a house and I rent a room and my landlord is renting a room to me. So then I can claim. I just ask my landlord, I get his details, and I can claim. Okay. If you claim without the RTB, without being the rental room scheme, you might face some issues of compliance intervention from revenue side, and then you have to pay fines or you have to send back the cash for them.
So those are just curiosities. Around 80% of people in Ireland, they work through PIOA system. Okay. If you don't pay, if you earn under 13K, you don't pay USC, as I mentioned, and also the income tax you won't be paying if you receive less than 20 because you have the tax credit, so it won't be deducted. There's why some people receive cash by the end of the year, but it's not something that everyone will receive. Ireland corporate tax is 12.5%, which means that loads of companies like Meta, Apple, Google, they decided to have the headquarters here in Ireland. And yes, we have one of the highest personal income tax in EU. And the other thing is students can claim tax refunds. Some people think, oh, but I'm a student, I'm not a permanent resident. It doesn't matter. If you're working here, if you're studying here, you can claim tax refunds. That's it. Anyone has any questions? No questions? Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bia. So, how are we feeling? All good? Okay, so our next speaker, it's coming at 3. Actually, sorry, at 2:30. Time flies, right? Are you? I am more than ready, so why not? Let's then just start. Before I invite you, Paula, for the pitch, it's important also to give people a little bit of the understanding on what we are talking. And to be honest, when I was reading there, I was like, oh, this is fantastic. Because basically, guys, Paula is talking with us about the power of community in building human-centered and collaborative networking as a career strategy. And this is exactly what we are doing here right now, right? We are here as mostly of Brazilians, part of a community, looking to thrive in our career, on our job search. And I think this is so important because together, I personally believe we are stronger, right? And the sense of building a network connection, encouraging each other sometimes, like when we feel like, let's say, our friends or our flatmates or whatever person from our close circle are not maybe feeling encouraged to, just go up and get what they deserve. It's this sense of community that makes us stronger. And I am very, very delighted to just open here, Paula, your presentation. And I'm going to ask you all to please help me with some warm applause for Paula Pacheco.
Thank you, Gustavo. Hello, everybody. Guys, if you want to come here in front, just feel free. So, yeah, I will talk with you all about powerful, for me, community is very powerful, but not just the community, but also what we are doing here right now, the networking, okay? So let's start to go, please. Okay, so from support to success, the power of real network. So how can we achieve that is what I will be discussing here today. So can go next, please. So for those that does not know me, I'm Paula Pacheco. Today I'm a HR director in a tech company, but I also arrived here as much of you with no English to study, and the only way for me to stay here in Ireland, if you can see here, was through work permit. So I arrived in Ireland in 2018 with no English at all. And my career in Brazil back, I worked in a bank. I started to work in a bank when I was 15, and I left the bank when I was 23. And then I worked in a call center as a, let's say, planning, strategic planning. So I had to analyze mailing, to deliver to PA, So to the attendant to, make the most and convert the sales and etc. And before arriving in Ireland, I worked as customer success for about 3 years in a tech company. So I traveled Brazil around, to meet the customers and help them with anything they needed. And here in Ireland, I, as I said, arrived with no English. So through my English courses, while I was improving my English, I also was getting more opportunities because, as I said, I secured my work permit, but it was not easy, but it's achievable. And the way I did it was I did all the English course I couldn't do, and then in 2021, I started to do this CCT, level 8 in business. And then, because it was COVID, I have time also to trying to get more skills. In the area, I decided to, that's interesting because I didn't mention it to you. In Brazil, my degree was in business with emphasis in marketing. And after I left the bank, I tried to go for marketing, but I couldn't get it. And here in Ireland, I don't know if you realize, you can do anything you want. If you are doing law in Brazil and here you want to go for another area, you can do anything. That's so good. And also, as you can see, I said, I work in a bank, I was customer success, then strategic planning. Here I'm in charge director. I worked as well as marketing, so my career is not linear. I can say I'm a specialist, but as you can see, I can work with anything. So in the tech company I work today, I'm working with them till today. I got the job in 2022 in January. And the way I got there was I think I need to tell you it. While I was catering assistant and doing my college, the level 8, I also was doing the marketing courses, to get more my CV more intentionally to what I want, that was marketing. And then the CEO in the company I was working, she saw in my profile on LinkedIn that I was doing a lot of courses related to marketing. And she was the CEO, but she was also manager in the marketing area. And at the time, 10 p.m. in the night, she tested me on LinkedIn and said, Paula, I can see that you really want to join marketing, so you'd like to come here part-time and learn with us. So that was the way I got through marketing first, but I could see that there I wouldn't get the work permit. Then what I did, I update my CV and I start to apply once again in the job marketing, and I got the job at Endeavor. And there I started as PA assistant, executive admin, and also marketing. Yes, 3 things. And then with 11 months, I was promoted to HR. That's what I'm doing today. So also one thing I want to bring to your attention is that since 2022, here in the building Bridges, 15th of May 2022, I created the community that's called Girls Who Plan Ahead. So there I help empower a woman, I develop them, and I make a genuine support. Can you go next, please? I forgot one thing to tell you. So next weekend, I will get my coach certificate as well. So that's one great achievement, and it's so powerful. So start over, guys. It's not too easy. It's feel overwhelmed. I don't know who is here in Ireland for 1 year. 1 year? 5 months? Less than 5 months? Someone new? My God, you are here inside the network event with 5 months. You have no idea what you can achieve. If you keep going, guys, 1 year, 2 years as well, 3 years, I don't know, everybody. Sorry, guys, it's for everybody. It's just because when I really get, what's the name? I forgot how to say arrepiada in English. Yeah, she wears hoops, yeah. So because at the time when I was with 5 months, I was looking to have something like that. So what Beatriz, she built here for us guys is great, you know. If you achieve it, just come back and give it to the community because it's amazing. So next, please. I don't know if you're gonna agree with me, but I really don't believe that traditional network works. What I mean by traditional networks, like just exchange cards, you know, like a lot, cards, and you don't have like real connection. You don't know the name of the person, like it's very fast connection, you know, so I don't believe that this works. And since I changed my job title on LinkedIn, you have no idea how many messages I get just asking me things. Like, you know, can you see my CV if my CV is good? Can you do that? Can you do that? Guys, it's not that you are forced to, but give it first, then after ask, you know. So it's very pity when I see people just asking and not giving. So for me, it's like lack of empathy, lack of connection, you know. So I will talk now in the next slides what I really think that works better for us. Please go. What works better for me? Like, what if you do it different? It will be more feeling that you belong. For example, once in the life I had this experience. I went to connect with a person. I was very excited to connect with this person. I went to talk. And then, do you know, I was, oh, you blah, 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 and the person was not really listening to me. And I was like, my God. So if you want to make real connection, listen to the person. Listen what is their history, what is their journey, because these make the difference. Even for you, don't go and give your CV without telling people what you're looking for. Because, for example, if you come to me, Amanda, and you just give me your CV, okay, I can read your CV, but if you come and say, Paula, I want to achieve that, for me makes total difference. So kind of looks like, do you know the cover letter sometimes you have to write that you are passionate to? Like, I want to get this job because I believe I am fit for this job, blah, blah, blah. Kind of the same. You have to let the people know who you are, what you're looking for. Otherwise, how can people help you? You know? So that's what I really believe that works. Go next, please. So what I believe that the community do, and we are doing here today, and Bia, she does pretty well. She does pretty well with building bridges. We build confidence. How we build confidence? We share our journey, and we let you know that it was not easy, but it was achievable, you know. So I don't know you, but I need to have someone, one inspiration, see that person got there and try to follow their path. So for me, is in this way that we grow. So what community also gives for you guys? Visibility. When you are inside the community, I don't know what are you here today, but I am into HR WhatsApp groups, accounts WhatsApp groups. So there are many WhatsApp groups, IT, girls in IT. So there are many, the Marketing Ireland community as well. So if you're there, if you're engaging, if you're participating in the events, if you're put your face out, that's the way people are gonna start to see you. I will give you a little bit later a couple of examples in my community, what people there had achieved. Hi, Lila. So, and also what community can help you expand opportunities. I will share with you 3 stories of members of our community later, and you're gonna see how this helps. And create a sense of belonging. I don't know you, but I really like to belong of things, you know. So next group, please. So for me, communities, what the communities are, can give collaboration, emotional support, professional development, inclusive, and belonging. I want to share just, it was not in my scripture, but I want to share something about emotional support. Just because I got her audio last week, so I want to share a little bit with you about emotional support. I think it was 1.5 years, 2 years ago, one lady in our community, she shared, guys, it's just with me, but I don't know, I'm feeling very like, I don't know if I want to go, how can I say, she was very sad because she said that the journey for her was very hard and she was thinking about to give up. And she said, is only with me that or any of you guys also feel in this way? So a lot of mentions start to pop up. And then I was like, should I share, should I not share? I decided just to share. I got my diary and I went back to the time I was doubt myself that I wouldn't get there. And then I took three of our prints because I started to write down like, I was feeling very uncomfortable because I really want to stay in Ireland, and the only way I couldn't stay was through work permit. I don't know if any of you here needed it, but for me, she was like, oh my God, I need to fight for it because there is no other way for me. So I shared these very open of my life to all of them. And at the time, I think the community was 500. I forgot to mention it, but when we started here in the building Brigitte in 2022, we were 8. Then we went to 60, 200, 450, and today we are over 750 members. So, and then I decided to share this with her later on in an event that I do for them very often in person. We were there sharing some histories, and because it was kind of a workshop to explain to them how to build their CV in a way that company would look and would be attracted by their CV, I just asked for 3 of them to share our history. And before I just shared this, what I just said, were you there? Were you there? Yeah, so, and then I was like, okay, and then this lady said that, and then I sent the pictures and blah, blah, blah. I didn't remember her name at the time, you know, and she was there, Paula, it was me. And it was very nice because I didn't remember that she was Clarissa. I can say her name. She does not have a problem with that. She's our very nice member. And at the time, she said, because she just got the job, you know. She just got the job and she was very excited. And she said, I want to be there in front to share to everybody how was my journey. In the past, she was there crying with us, let's say in this way. And then I shared my eye-openness to everybody, and then she got it, you know. So that's one thing that I'm very proud of our community. So next, go. Thank you. So 3 journeys here I want to mention to you. Last April, actually end of March, Miele, one person from Miele, it's a company here, well known in Ireland. They contacted me and said, Paula, I have one opportunity as designer. Do you have someone in the community to refer to us? And I said, okay, send to me the link I will share with the community. I did. At the time, Paula, she's one of our members, she contacted me and she said, Paula, I know that the community is for, you know, the members here, women and etc. But these opportunities very it's great for my partner. Do you allow me to share with him? I say, of course. What happened? The next day, he got the screen call. And then she called me, she texted me, Paula, please help me because he got the screen call. Do you know anyone there? And blah, blah, blah. I connected them, the company that contacted me with the person that contacted me in the company with the guy. And last month, in April, he just got the job. So doesn't matter if it's one of our members. I just feel proud to share this here because it's really powerful, you know. Also, Ana Correia, a couple of you know, couple not. She works with me today, and I met her in the event, in-person events I just mentioned to you. And at the time, I remember the first day I met her, she was very shy, you know, because I put everybody to speak in the microphone. I know it's not everybody that like it, but for me, it's not just about hear my journey. I want to hear your journey, you know, yours and any of you. So, and at the time she said, I'm concluding my degree, and I just finished, yesterday I just finished an internship, a summer internship, and now I'm looking for a job. And the next one, she spoke again. I put her again in the microphone. She's very introverted. And then she said, I work in the internship I was doing, I work for Cubic, and Cubic was very competitor with our company. I went back to my job in the next day, went to my CEO and I say, hey, in the community I manage, because my boss, he loves my community. And it's very good for me because he helps a lot, he supports a lot as well. Not a lot, but help. He started to look at her profile. End up that she started intern with us, and now she was promoted in February as sales and manager, sales and marketing manager. So that's an history. And also Bruna Lage. Bruna Lage we met during English classes. So we know for over 7 years. And at the time, she was in the first day that the community was born, together with me in 2022 in this event. And then at the time, she was in the marketing room, because I was speaking about marketing. And she was thinking about transitioning from HR to marketing. And that's why she was there. And then end up that one day she said, Paula, I have experience in finance as well. I spoke with a career consultant, and she said to me that the opportunity would be better for me here in Ireland if I go in this way. And I say, yeah, just go for it. After she said it for me, what's happened? In the floor I work, there is a accountant firm. I asked my boss who was the owner of the company. I went there and asked him, hey, are you looking for someone to, because I have a friend to refer. Really, I just gave to him the CV. I'm not saying that this happened very often, but that's the stories I want to share with you. And then in the next day, he tested her, and she was in Paris, Anyway, but they managed to have her interview done, and she was hired, and she worked there. She has work permit, and she's very happy. And of course, those people here that I just shared the history with you, they know I would do that. I asked them if I could. So there are many, many others, and I'm very proud and happy to have this community and to help each of them. Because now I won't take emotional, I really, you were there in the first day. Sorry. Anyway, I won't get emotional, but when I started the community until last year in October, it was everything for free. And what was my energy, what was my petrol, was because when I look at each of them, was like I was looking at myself, like helping me in the journey, So for me, that's why I keep in this community, and I look after them, and I do what I do for them. Next, please. So how, guys, can you practice collaborative network? I just mentioned earlier, share your journey, not just your role, not just your CV. Let people know what you're looking for, why you came to here, where you came from, that's very important. And also, be present, listen to the person. Active listening is very important. And also, be generous in the conversation, you know. As well, joy spaces that value real connection. So there are many. I mentioned to you, just if you have, I don't know what is your field, but just trying to create something here today. You can just create today. Please go next. I don't know if I'm okay. I think I'm okay. So just before because I'm very close to finish and I still have a couple of time, do you have, guys, any questions so far? No? Would you like to share your history with me, maybe? No? No?
So
okay.
Maybe I can.
Okay, go.
I think it's very important that you talk about like the sense of community, especially like depending on the career that you have. Like for instance, I work in tech companies, right? And I remember that since that I joined, it was like a big sense of community, but I didn't actually feel I belonged to them because we were so different, you know. We Brazilians, I think, actually. I am like, hi, amiga. And then I hug them, I kiss them. Like, what are you doing? Let's go together for lunch. And I was like, you know, we tend to be quite overwhelming for some people. And they were like, what is this person here? It's so weird. And then I was like, okay. I think when it comes, what I mean is, when it comes to creating the sense of community, it's very important that first, we understand who we are. So, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
It's very important that we understand who we are, what are the values that we are bringing to the connections that we are making. And mostly important, I think, it's to not changing who you are just to fit into a space. Yeah. Like, for instance, now I'm currently working at Google. Yeah. And there, for instance, they have something, instead of calling networking, they call this Googliness, which basically means they create like the values that they want to create between people that work together. So for instance, saying, hey, thank you for the job that you make for me, or thank you for making my life easier today, or sometimes even for small things, you know, when you mention like about being generous, listening to people, it's so important when we belong to a community that we feel we are valued, that we can be who we are. We don't need to change our personality. So, for instance, now at work, I still keep calling all the gringos by amigos. And it's very funny because everyone, when they see me at work, they don't call me Gustavo anymore. Amigos. Amigo. They're like, hey, amigo, hey, amigo. And that way, just being who I am, I was able to create my networking. I was able to connect with people by being genuinely who I am, you know? So I was just wondering, Paula, sorry if it's just sharing a little bit.
It's good. It's good.
What is your best advice? Because there are some people, like me, I am very extrovert. There are a few people that they are a lot more introvert. What is your best advice for people who feels a little bit shy to engage in the conversation, to kickstart building meaningful connections?
Okay, that's a great question. And Anna, she's just one example, and she wrote an article, and it's available in our website. If you are introvert, I would welcome you to read her article. But I am also extrovert, as much as well, amigo for there, and blah, blah, blah. But for you that you feel very introverted, you have to think, again, what is your goal? Because if you want to really connect, you have to put your words out. You know, I cannot, as I said, for me it's important, and I hope you understood it. For me, it's important to listen to people's stories, not just about me. So I know that I can share a little bit about Hannah. She said, Paula, when I need to go to do network, it's kind of I put a different mask, you know, I'm another personality, totally another personality, because I'm going there because I want to achieve something. You know, and at the end, I'm devastated. I'm like, how can I say when people get the energy, very draw energy? She said that because for her it's very hard, you know, to do the connection. So the advice is, first, think about what is your goal, and if it's important to you, just try your best to connect with people and be real with your connection. Okay, so that's, I don't know, Gu, if this answers your question, if you had have another tip, but if you have another tip, but for me, it's like knowing what you want and put yourself there would be one advice.
I would say too, don't be afraid of being authentically who you are. Sometimes we might say something, and maybe, depending on where this person is coming from, they might understand in a completely different way, right? And it doesn't mean we are a bad person. It just means that maybe they were born in a different cultural perspective, or perhaps maybe they didn't have anyone that they could learn something different from. So, you know, don't take things personally sometimes, as you were saying, like you were trying to talk to someone and the person was like not giving you the attention and just made you feel kind of bad because you wanted to connect.
Yeah.
And so I think being mindful about like the cultural context or the cultural value that this person might have that differs from yours.
Yes.
So, you know, if you're talking to, let's say, a Muslim person, avoid touching them like while you are communicating. Hey, amiga, give me a hug. Maybe from their perspective, from their cultural, it just means too much, but it doesn't mean, for instance, like they don't want to engage with you. And I think another important thing is be empathetic. Yeah. Like, you know, sometimes maybe the person is trying to say something in the best way that they can, and they don't know other way of expressing themselves. So being empathetic to understand what was the reason or what is their real intention, I think it's also important. No?
And one thing that really added what he said and what I was talking about as well, if you don't feel that you belong in somewhere, create your own space and you know, and invite others to join. You don't need to, you know, be in the community I built, you know, if you don't feel comfortable with. Just create your own way to connect. And, of course, this is the purpose of this event. It's building bridges. How you do that? Connecting. So next, go. So, guys, if you want to find me on LinkedIn, here is my LinkedIn page. You can go. And here is our community Instagram as well. So I believe that's it. I was thinking to talk with you guys. Yes, please.
Yeah, I can help.
Please. Ciao, Lila. Thank you.
So thank you so much for having this. So what I got from this was that community is quite important.
Yes.
And I admire the fact that you were able to start it and develop all the way towards over 700 people.
Yeah.
So I recently built a community myself.
Oh, nice.
It's called Simplify, and basically it's helping entrepreneurs, founders with their visibility, their marketing, their branding, and content strategy as a whole.
Amazing.
So I would love to ask you, how do you continue? And two questions. So how do you continue when you feel like no one wants to know, what you're doing?
Okay.
And how do you build that connection? So for me, I would try and connect with different people. I try to connect with founders, entrepreneurs. How do you how do you approach it? How do you how do you approach it?
Okay. Okay, good. So I will go for the first question. You tell me if I'm right or not. But how make people interesting? What I talk about? Was it the question, the first? Okay. So first of all, when I built the community, I started the community in a group. We didn't have any social media until October. So everything was 2 months. People was letting people know that the community was there to help them. So when they joined, the way I really connect with them was through my own journey, to let them know that they were not alone. I felt fear when I had to prepare for interviews. I felt overwhelmed, you know. So when I put my true self there and openness, totally openness to them, they really connected because they started to feel, oh my God, I feel this way, the same way Paula was feeling. So they start to connect with me because of that, because I was being myself. So the second question, how to connect with people and sell yourself, something like that, like sales speech. So first, I think, even though I know that you're just starting our community, but I would recommend you to first connect with people that you really feel that you are similar with them, because they will feel at the same way, and it's quite similar with the answer I gave for the question 1. Because in this way, the person will be more open to share with you because they feel related to you, you know? So I think that's the way you can connect more, you know? So, for example, I was there in the HR room before coming to here, and before talking about myself, I was listening to them, and I catch one word or one sentence they were mentioning. It was like, oh, that's interesting because that, you know. So that is the way you create connection and feel, make the person feel that they are related to you, you know. Did this answer your question? Amazing.
Beautiful.
Anyone? Yes.
Opa. I'm your assistant today.
Yes, please.
Microphone makes me scared. No, I just want to share, like, when I first arrived in Ireland 5 years ago, we didn't have that much community as we have now, and it's made me feeling much better knowing there is people like me struggling for find jobs or mental health or whatever everyone's talking here today. And in the past, I was feeling like I need something to connect with, because back in Brazil, I had my own community, and I really like to do volunteer work with childs, and I looked for it here and couldn't find anything. I don't know if there is no poor children. Anyway, and yeah, I started like missing this thing and was, you know, going down and up. And yeah, just now I think I could get into my own community, neighborhood community, and we are gonna do I will be part of the festival this year. It's the Storani Butter, if anyone knows, like it's a huge thing, and I'm part of the volunteer team now, and feeling much better. And it's really great, guys. So
yeah, it's great.
That's it.
Oh, nice. Sorry, what's her name? Barbara. Nice to meet you. So that's it, guys. You know, feel that you belong. Doesn't matter if it's related to career. For example, I know I love groups. Who does not know me? I love groups. In our neighborhood, we both a house in Kildare, and we moved it two years ago. I was very afraid to move from Dublin to another state, county, and not, you know anyone. As you can see, I'm a very community person. So I created a group, and from this group, today we have another group as well that we run together every Sunday. So I did my first 21 half marathon 2 weeks ago. So doesn't matter if it's career, if it's running, if it's community in your state, you know, feel belonging is very powerful, very powerful. I think that's it, guys. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Paula, for your beautiful work. It's amazing to see now, like, how important the Brazilian community especially are getting stronger and driving our reputation towards another direction. I mean, when I came in Ireland like 8 years ago, and I was like you, we actually shared a lot of similarities, careerly speaking, And I remember that back
And the
in time-
friends as well.
And friends as well,
Yeah,
no?
two. We did the scholarship in Brazil, in Bradesco, Fundação Bradesco.
True.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
And I remember, Paula, that when I arrived here, everyone was like, hey, are you Brazilian? I was like, yeah. They're like, oh, I'm getting out. I don't talk to Brazilians. Oh, run out from Brazilians because Brazilians. And I felt like, what are we getting from this mindset? Like, why should I run out from a Brazilian? Because we belong to the same country. Like, for me, being here, it wasn't that easy. Like, I had to sacrifice a lot of my work, my time, even the money that I didn't have to be here. So I found someone that I belong, that at least understand how hard or everything that I have to do to be here. And, you know, it didn't click in my mindset. It never clicked, and it still doesn't. And like that's why I find this event very powerful, because we are part of a community who are driving a different and very powerful mindset that instead of bringing us apart, dividing our community, criticizing our own community, we are doing different. We are bringing Irish people, we are bringing other communities, other nationalities, we are learning from other peoples, and I think this is priceless. Regardless of the culture, regardless of the color, the sexuality, the gender, build your community based on your values, on the transformation that you want to achieve, you know, and just don't be that, I don't want to say bad person, because I don't think it's just a bad person. Maybe this who believes that we should apart or divide our community, maybe they never had the opportunity to be, to have the feeling of belonging to something.
Exactly.
And I think that's why we are here. Let's keep doing this. Paula, beautiful work. Well done.
Thank you, guys. I hope you enjoy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Any other question before we let Paula go? No? So, my dears, we are now going for a quick break, right? Actually, we finished earlier. Yeah. So, we are back in this room at 5:30 for a 30-minute session that we are going to talk about CV, LinkedIn, and what not to say to a recruiter. It's going to be a very, very important discussion, especially for those who are at the moment trying to find a job, or perhaps if you are going through an interview process and, you know, as we were talking before, it's a lot of anxiety. Sometimes it's very hard for us to organize everything that we need to do to succeed in our interview process. So if this topic, it's something that you believe can help you out in your LinkedIn, CV constructions, or even to prepare for an interview, we got a meeting at 5:30. Okay? My dears, enjoy. Let's make network, connect to people, and I see you at 5:30. Beijos. See you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our main room. So, just before we keep moving, I just wanted to quickly highlight everything that we have gone through out the day. So, we started with the registration check-in, then we had an amazing conversation about mental health, right? Just to highlight how important it is that we take care of ourselves, that we understand that finding a job is another job, right? Sometimes to find the right job, we know it's mentally a little bit draining or exhausting. And thanks to Mario, we could observe and have a great understanding on how challenging this process can be, what are the best tools and everything that can equip ourselves to get the work or to achieve the goal that we are planning to achieve. Then we had an amazing coaching session where our dear Melissa shared with us a little bit about the wheel of life, giving us a holistic overview of things that we need to understand, how to understand everything that we are going through. And sometimes for those who said that sometimes finding a job, there are 10, 20 things that we need to do at the same time, and we don't know how to start. So don't forget to use this amazing tool that she shared with us. Then we had another session with Bia to understand a little bit about salary, taxes, rate, Payslips in Ireland. Then Paula delivered an amazing and very important session to talk about the importance of strengthening our community, right? As we are all here to do so. And we had a break, right? And now we are moving forward to our next topic. However, before I introduce you our speakers, let me just remind you all about the only house rules that we have. That is about just being mindful, about any conversations or perhaps when we are in the corridors, just to make sure that we can not interfere on anyone's discussions or on their learning experience, okay? So just keep that in mind. And moving forward, so our next session, we are having Tana and Clarissa, and they will share with us amazing tips on things that we should not say to a recruiter. And I think that's a very interesting topic, right? Especially for those who are looking for the job at the moment. And, it can be quite tough, right? Preparing yourself for the interview. But thanks God we have two beautiful and very smart women who are going to share with us amazing tips. So, my dears, please help me with warm applause to welcome our speakers, Tana and Clarissa.
Tem dois? Tem dois ou você vai ficar com? Eu quero para Clarissa. Não. Vai falar. Vai falar. Convidei, aceitou, vai falar agora.
Hello, som.
Hey. Here we go. Oi, gente. It's English, right? Hello, everyone. How are you? Oh, good. Yes. We have a big crowd today. I'm happy. I want to know how many of you have European passport stamp 4? Yeah? And who is now a student? We have a half room. Good. Okay. Just for me to understand, because it is different. You guys know. Okay, the career path, the career planning is different, and also the tips. So, okay, very good. All right, so today we are going to talk about what not to say to a recruiter. That's me. Don't worry. Okay. Next. Okay. Next. What not to say. So when I say not to say to a recruiter, guys, you have to understand, here we are not only talking about what you don't say to the recruiter. your image is also a communication to the recruiters. What you don't say or what you don't add in your LinkedIn or in your CV, it's a communication. So everything, it's a communication, is what you're saying, you are stating to the recruiter or the hiring manager, okay? And before I go ahead, I just want to let you know that we are giving, Storani Careers are giving free LinkedIn review. So if you are interested, just scan the QR code, and myself and Shona is my manager, so she is Irish, she has over 10 years experience in recruitment, and she has been working for Storani Careers for the past 8 years. Myself and Shona are going to do the CV review. I'm only one, all right? So it might take, like a week for us, the two of us, to organize and to do all the CV reviews of you, okay? Just to let you know. Thanks. Okay, so that's me, just a little bit about myself for whoever don't know me, all right? So my name is Tana. I have an MBA in business, postgrad CIPD. I'm a psychologist. But for me, the most important is that I have over 10 years experience in recruitment. So I used to recruit for LinkedIn. So I worked at LinkedIn here in Dublin, and also HP, the computer company, and Sigma Recruitment. So Sigma Recruitment is a recruitment agency. So I worked in the agency and in the, I think I'm having issues because I'm nearby there, right? With the phone. So I worked in both sides, like the company and the recruitment agency. So everything I'm telling you now, it's my experience here in Ireland, okay? And I've been working, I opened Storani Careers back in 2016. And since then, I've been helping loads of professionals to get jobs. And you can go next. Loads of, I cannot even count how many people I helped. Bia is my client, Bia Gilli. So she's one of my old clients in engineering. Clarissa, that's why I invited her to come here. Next. Thank you. You can, next. So this is our international career program. So one of the services we have. And that's why I invited Clarissa. She is a recruiter here in Dublin. So she's also one of my clients from the International Career Program that we have. And she got a job as a recruiter here in Dublin. And I invited her because I wanted you to see what the recruiters actually goes through. Because you think our job is easy. No, it's not. And the more I tell people, the more I guide people, it doesn't matter. We always say the same things over and over again. It's just like, you should know that, right? It's common sense, but you keep doing the same mistake over and over again. All right, So this is just a methodology that I created, the Agile methodology for international career development. Why did I bring you here, the methodology? Because to find a job is not only to do a CV, okay? I've done my CV and I've done my LinkedIn, and now I'm gonna get a job. No, it's not like that. So for you to get a job, you need to understand that it goes through a process. It's a process, and sometimes you have to step back. So the first thing is analysis and planning. You have to analyze the market. You have to analyze your experience. You have to analyze what the market wants. Get a certification, a course, it's not only about the CV. It's about networking. It's about courses. It's about certifications, good ones, okay? Not the shit universities. I know sometimes, the price-wise, it's worth it. But if you're going to go focus on, going for these universities that are not well known, well recognized in the market, you can do other diplomas, other courses in good universities that could add up into your career. So you're studying English, you're studying, I don't know, in one of these universities. Do a diploma in CIPD, in the CIPD, or in UCD, TU Dublin. They have certifications. You don't need to have the IELTS. And those courses will help you to get the job. All right? You need good university in your CV. So then development and planning is like preparing the CV, preparing LinkedIn, preparing for interview. That's the part you guys know, and a lot of people tell you to do it, all right? But then you have to put in action. You have to put in your agenda 2 hours, 20 minutes. Like 1 hour is too much. Like our lives are busy, right? So you don't need to get 1 hour of your day. 20 minutes of job hunt. Tailor your CV for the job. Guys, it's so important. Check what's in the job description and what's missing in your CV. Adapt. You have to, all right? So otherwise, the ATS, the software, is not going to pick up. So then, what else? Get contacts. Networking, which is really important. Networking. So to then go for the feedback, because what happens is most of my clients, they do the CV, they do the LinkedIn, and then they send like 100 CVs in the first 2 months, get one interview or nothing happens, and then they give up. They go like, fuck, this is not going to happen. This is not going to work out. And then they just give up. Why? Because they are not focusing on the feedback. And it's not feedback in the interview. It's feedback on your action. Are you really doing the right thing? Are you really writing correctly to the recruiter? Are you really writing, correctly to the hiring manager? Are you spamming them? Do you know if you're spamming or not? People hate spam. If you go to LinkedIn, you're like, connect. You don't send one message. This is so not good practice. Do you get me? Do you like when, call centers and people call you, to sell stuff that you don't want? No one likes that. Recruiters the same. Companies are the same. So the feedback is not only your CV or the feedback in the interview. It's your actions, okay? Good feedback, positive feedback, hired, amazing. Negative feedback, don't give up. What are you doing wrong? You have to understand, get a balance of successful actions, and failures. And in the failures, what you're doing wrong, what you're doing right. To then what? Go for the continuous improvement. So what should I change? What should I maintain? What should I intensify? So the successful actions, I should intensify them. So if contacting the companies are actually bringing me more positive responses, I'm going to focus more in this area. If I'm contacting staffing agencies and they don't give a damn about me, leave them. Why should you focus on things that are not bringing you good results? Do you understand? So you have to understand that continuous improvement is really important. So then you go back to the cycle, okay? So it's not only CV. It's a mix of many actions, and don't give up. Never give up. Always try to find a way to improve, to grow, okay? Add up. Don't give up. If you give up, no one will do a thing about you. If you give up, nothing's happening in my life. Your mother, the hiring manager, the recruiter is not going to call you saying like, don't give up, don't do that, you can do it. No one will do that. You are the only person, the only one that's going to make your life going forward or not. Okay? Next. So what, not just saying a CV, all right. So I brought here, next. I brought here of course, a CV that I've done. And this is a CV that I get. We get loads of CV for review, okay? I want to show you the difference about the CV responsibility-driven to a CV result-driven, okay? So in Brazil, we are used to have a one-pager CV. This doesn't happen in Ireland, okay? One-pager CV does not sell you. It has to be 2 pages, 3 pages. This is crazy, like you cannot add all your information and like sell yourself in one page. And here you can see the responsibility-driven CV. What is responsibility-driven? It's a CV that only shows what the person does or did. Doesn't sell the person, okay? So, and of course, here we have, you know, like many grammar mistakes. So remember, this is American English, okay? Yeah, loads of American English here.
Guys, there are other people that want to be inside here to be part of this moment. So I would like to ask you, those ones who has your chairs on the wall, just bring your chair a little bit closer. Let's make some space, because we have some colleagues who want to watch those amazing women today. And then we can have space for others. So if you can just, yeah, bring closer, don't worry. And then we have space for who is outside, just join us. So please, you're gonna be standing, but at least you can see and listen to them. You are amazing, guys. Thank you. That's it. We need to find a way to have the opportunity for all. Thank you. See? You're crowded. Yeah, well done. Thank you.
Eu adoraria falar em português, né? Mas não tá. Vai ter que ser em inglês. Eu tô falando muito rápido, vocês estão entendendo quem tá? Se eu estiver falando rápido, vocês me falam, tá? Em inglês. Que eu falo rápido, eu sei que eu falo. All right, so, yeah, okay. Hi guys, hi. So I'm just showing here the difference about the responsibility-driven CV and the result-driven CV, okay? So this one here, it's not that bad, actually, you know, like the person actually put all in the past, you know, like it's well structured, because some other CVs is a disaster, you know? Jesus Christ, seriously. So here you can see, like she says, prepare detailed spreadsheets and reports for HR management purpose. Which reports? Which spreadsheets? How many? How many employees? I don't know if it's a big company or a small company. I'm not Brazilian. I don't know, you know, like the size of this company. Again, develop and executed process improvements. So this is an achievement, but very bad written. Why? Because it doesn't sell the person at all. This is ChatGPT. This is like so vague, so vague. Develop and executed process improvement. Projects achieving measurable results in operational efficiency. Which results? What projects? How many people? How many employees? Conducted organizational climate survey to drive employee satisfaction initiatives. For how many employees? So the person says nothing there. Like comparing to the CV. See, like, so we add achievements, we add projects, like, we describe the project, so directed 10 million digital transformation initiatives by integrating AI and automation technologies, 30% of whatever costs, so I decrease personal costs. How many? 30%. How? And evaluated compliance, So see like the difference. So here, of course, you can see what the person did. We add the responsibilities. Of course we do, but with results. With figures. Our brain, it's figurative, okay? The human brain is figurative. If you don't give me measures, days, liters, kilometers, numbers, how am I gonna know the size of your work or the size of the company worked? Because here it's a small country. Like there's less people than São Paulo here. See, do you understand? So like, it's completely different. You work here for what? 1,000 employees, and there in Brazil, when you do like work for a company that have 50,000 employees. So I supported 50 employees there, all right? Any questions in regards to this? Did you understand the difference? Yeah? Next. And again, I brought this is new. I got this feedback last week. Okay, it's a French client of mine. He's he was already a client in the past. So then he, contacted me again, and we've done his CV. And again, his CV is senior, 3 pages, okay? Oh, Tana, but the CV you did, it's 2 pages or 3 pages. So what? It's well written. It's not vague. It's not ChatGPT information. HR and hire managers love this. And then he said, so just wanted to share a quick update. Grace, the hire manager, my actual manager, told me there were 4 candidates who made it to the second round with Mary. First one was with Grace. And I was the only one who moved to the final round with Jane, whatever. The last round was confirmation. The last round was confirmation round. So Mary's interview was actually the key step in securing the role. What made me stand out before even my interview with Mary was that she really liked my CV, the one we reworked together, and I had no doubt it played a big part in getting me through. So this is a feedback I got, from a client of mine that got a job at MasterCard here in Ireland. Okay, and you can see his CV. It's 3 pages, but it's really focused on result. See, we show his promotions. See, I've seen many CVs here that you guys put that's 5 years, 6 years in one area only, and you don't show promotions. This is no good because promotions are achievements. If you're promoted, it means you're good. The company trusted you to promote you to a new job. And again, successful achievements and projects, okay? All numbers, figures. Okay, next. Again, ChatGPT, horror show. Okay, so here I got verb tenses. So this person here changed past, present continuous. It's so normal to see CVs like this. Be careful, guys. It has to be always in the past, and then what you're doing now in the present, okay? Skills. Be careful with skills because if it's technical skills, yes, it's good to have in the CV, if you're engineering or pharma, it is very technical, so it's okay. But to add soft skills here, good performance and attitude at work, no. How are we going to prove that you have a good performance and good attitude of work? With your achievements. Do you understand? You don't need to add there. Prove it. Okay? Here, ChatGPT, obviously saying everything and nothing at the same time. Data entry, manage income and outgoing correspondences. What is that? The person, added assistant, secretary, all mixed up with the, responsibilities. It's messy. It's very hard to understand. So it's ChatGPT. You can see, it's just saying everything and nothing at the same time. And here, that's not bad CV, but the person, he was social media manager, freelancer, oh yes. So I know a lot of people here worked as self-employed, right? Engineers worked here many years as self-employed, or you worked for yourself, or you had a company, right? So be careful in adding as freelancer. You have to prove it. You have to put your clients' names. You have to add, proof that this happened, because the recruiter can think you're lying, which happens a lot. People lie a lot, so if you're going to say that you're a freelancer or a sole trader or a self-employed, prove it. Prove it. Add in your CV clients' recommendations. Add in your LinkedIn client recommendations. Put clients' names, websites, link client websites there. Add pictures of your project on LinkedIn, okay? And yes, so I just brought this for you because anyone here knows about ATS? The ATS system? Yeah? No? No? So companies use ATS, which is softwares to manage application. Nowadays, you don't bring to your CV and give to the recruiter hands anymore, right? So what do? You apply through a system, right? So this system, it's called ATS, Application Tracking System. It could be any software. It could be SAP. SAP is ATS. Salesforce is ATS. JobVite is the one I used in LinkedIn. It's ATS. And these systems, they're linked to the job boards, like Indeed, and also in LinkedIn. This is LinkedIn, and I just wanted to show you here, look, work seamlessly across Recruiter and your ATS to find qualified candidates faster. That means what? How do they find you? Keywords. Exactly. And do you really think that CVs will be found? No. Do you understand? So how do you get the right keywords? In the job description. So get the job descriptions and adapt the job description information into your CV. All right? Writing in a result-driven way. All right? I don't know if we can click here. It's possible. This is a friend of mine. No. This is my Instagram. Yeah. So this is a friend of mine. She works at Facebook. And you can play. Yeah, she sent this video for me because, is there audio there? She's saying, Tana, just send this to your client. This is a CV that got an error. Can you see the CV? I can't. You can only see the dots there. Yeah. So see, this is an ATS in Facebook, one of the biggest multinationals in the world, and it got error, which means be careful how you send the CV, right? It has to be either in Word or ATS-friendly template. ATS-friendly templates is like there's websites that you can do the CV, like resumeo.com, jobvite.com, jobscan.com. You have to make sure the CV we're crafting, it's either in an ATS system, ATS-friendly system, or in Word, okay? Canvas. Or like when you do your CV and then you save as PDF or image. Why? Because then the system, the ATS, cannot track the keywords, and then you're just there, like in the limbo. See? Next. What not to say on LinkedIn. I'm going to be fast in this one, okay? Go. Yeah.
Can you? Sorry.
I think you can go direct to her part because we won't have time. Next.
After you have a good LinkedIn, you coming to me.
Yes.
Okay. When your CV and LinkedIn is okay, you coming to me. The first step is LinkedIn, ATS, and everything. And after you come to your first interview, or the first contact with the recruiter. Okay? Sometimes your first contact with the recruiter is not the proper interview. Sometimes you can send one message to recruiter on LinkedIn or, like me, in WhatsApp. Why? Because I am recruiter and I am especially recruiter engineers. So, and I am in a lot of engineers group. And every time I talk with you, I send a lot of messages, and I am open to you coming speak with me, okay? I am super free to help you. But please, you need to know, I am Brazilian, and sometimes we think, oh, Clarissa is a Brazilian, I can talk with him like my friend. Sorry, no. You need to check what time you send message to a recruiter. If it's in LinkedIn, anyway, but if you have the WhatsApp, the recruiter, please don't send message like 9, 10 p.m. You need to think, it's not a friendly WhatsApp, it's a professional WhatsApp.
Exactly.
Yes.
And
so,
again,
yes, we put in Portuguese and in English as well.
Yes, so don't contact the recruiter asking for a job. That's not her job. Her job is to find the best candidate, right?
Yes. So you need to think. The recruiter and the company, they have a problem. What's the problem? I need to find good people to my company. It is my problem. Your problem is you need to say to me, I am the best people to you. You need to think about this. I am the best people. And you need... Yes, exactly. Yes, never ask to recruiter, do you have some jobs to me?
Never. You have to be one step ahead of the recruiter. You have to go to her saying like, look, I've checked your company website and there's 2 types of jobs that I would fit in. Can I send my CV to you? I think I would add value to these companies because A, B, C. Then you say yourself, you either break objections of why not hiring me, because sometimes there are objections like, I don't know, maybe you don't have a software that's in the job description, or maybe it doesn't have, like specific experience, but, can change, but you have experience with another software, or you have studied that, like experience in college. So that's how you sell yourself, and that's what you're going to tell her, okay? Again.
Do you have any positions?
Any positions?
Yes, I have a lot of positions. But you need to know how positions I have. You need to check. And when I say about me, but it's about every recruiter. You need to know, for example, if you are engineer and the one recruiter is about pharmacy, why send one message to one recruiter then working in one pharmacy? They don't have job for you. And if you ask, probably you lost one opportunity to good networking. Of course, you can do the connection with this recruiter. So my name is blah, 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 and I am engineer, and I would like just do the connections with you. It's okay? Thank you so much. It's good, no problem. But never ask, hello, do you have some jobs to me?
No. That's another one. What's the salary range for this position? Jesus, guys.
Please, not the time. The time that you're talking about the salary probably is in the technical interview. If the company don't put the salary in the job description, probably the recruiter don't know about the salary. You have the exact time to ask about your salary and to say, oh, my expectation is this. Okay, but go to the director team first, not with recruiter. The recruiter is time to say to recruiter, I am the best for you.
Impress.
Yes,
exactly.
impress. Thank you.
Impress. So you need to impress the recruiter. You need to sell yourself first. You need to what? Show you can solve the company's problems. That's why they're hiring, right? Because there's a problem in the company. It's missing a skill. It's missing something there. Sell yourself first. Convince the hiring manager. Convince the recruiter, you are the guy. You are the woman. You are going to give what they need. Then, later, when they offer the job, at the end of the interview, if they ask about the visa, then, yes, you say you need a visa. Not at the beginning, all right? Okay, next. Can you help me improve my CV?
No, I can't. So, when I organize some CVs, normally, to do one application to one position, I use like 1 or 2 hours to organize my CV to one application. Sorry, I don't have time to improve your CV. And any recruiter have time to improve your CV. It's your job, no the recruiter's job.
Exactly. So.
And it's Tana Storani
And
job
my job
too,
as well.
okay?
You can
Please.
come to me, definitely. Do you understand? Next. I don't have experience, but I learn fast.
No.
No,
You never can say to recruiter, I don't have experience, because you have an experience. The minimum 5 minutes, the experience you have. And you need to say to recruiter, my experience is this, and this. You need You need to say to recruiter, I am the best for you in this, and this, and know what you don't know.
Yeah, and this we brought this message because it's like, how can you say to a recruiter, well, I applied for the position, not sure if I have the chance, but it doesn't hurt to, to apply, right? Like, the recruiter's not your friend. Why would you say that? You have to impress the recruiter. You have to say, I have the experience. I have, and I can see you're asking ABC. I done D, E, F, and studied ABC, which, I can for sure apply in your company. It's really easy. I know how to do it. That's what you have to say, okay? Can you send me the job description?
Guys, this is your job as well. Go to LinkedIn, the company, read the job description. If you need it, translate it to Portuguese, and back to your CV, translate your CV to Portuguese, back to English, go in the back how many times is necessary. But don't ask to recruiter about the link, the job descriptions. The job description, it's your job. You need to do that.
Exactly. So think, the recruiter, her job, she's paid, okay? She has a salary to find someone to work for that specific company in a team, all right? That team has what? Teammates, right? So you're going to hire someone that will bond with other people. Imagine if the candidates, ask for the job description for the recruiter, even before anything. Imagine working with this person. How pain in the ass that person will be. Asking you for everything. Have you ever worked with someone like this?
Yeah.
Oh, can you send me that? Have you done that? Imagine. Will the recruiter hire someone like this? No. Do you understand?
And imagine, I looking per day like 500 CVs, LinkedIns per day. It's like this. Imagine if everybody send one message to me till I send the job description.
Can you send me the description?
I can't working. I just will stay full day, send the links.
Exactly.
Sorry, it's
you
impossible.
have to be proactive.
Yes,
be
proactive.
One step ahead. So one step ahead of the recruiter, one step ahead of her manager, one step ahead of the teammates. That's how you actually get promoted to. Right? Being resourceful. Being the one that people ask you, where are stuff? And you train them, right? I am desperate.
Joe, this is super sad. Sorry, I know it's sad. But sorry, never, never, never say to recruiter, you need one job because you need the money to your family, because you have a son. It's not the recruiter problem, guys. It's business. It's about jobs. It's a professional. It's not when you talk with your friend, with your therapy, with your coach. Anyway, it is business. It's not about what you need. It's about what the company needs. It's business.
Now imagine, she goes to the hiring manager with the CV, and I'll go like, Clarissa, sorry, but what happened? Why is this profile good? Why did you bring me the CV? It doesn't match with the role.
It's because he has family.
Do you understand? Like, then the hiring manager is gonna say like, that's so you're fired.
You're naughty, Clarissa.
You're fired.
You
like,
need to
I'm giving you a salary because you are bringing me the best people, not because they need money or because they need to support their family or because they need. This is business. I'm so sorry, guys. Like, that's how it works. No one is pity. No one has pity of you. And you have to understand you are accountable for your own choices and your own results. All right?
Yeah. This.
Can you refer me for any role?
And this specific
I saw
is...
your message. I'm not health and safety engineer, of course. Ha, ha, ha. But I am QS, and I am searching for a job, mid-level. If anything comes up, could you please let me know?
No, guys,
the ha, ha, ha is amazing.
Please, go to LinkedIn. Okay, you are QS. I have a lot of jobs to QS. Ireland has a lot. Go to LinkedIn, say, hello, Clarissa, I saw this position to QS in your LinkedIn, and this is my CV. I am sure I am the best people to this job. And send the CV to me. I will read your CV so happy, I promise. But if this position is to health and safety and you are QS, next. No need to say nothing. Next.
Yeah. What she could have said, okay, different. It's like, hi, Clarissa, I saw on the group or whatever that you are hiring engineers. I work in QS specifically, and I'm looking for opportunities. So can I send your CV for future opportunities, or like just for you to see my profile? I'm gonna follow you on LinkedIn and your company page to keep track for future opportunities. Thank you. That's it. Can you refer me for any role?
Yes, for any role. You guys, you need to be specific with the recruiter. You need to know what you want. It's not the marketing in Ireland about the jobs is so big. It's so it's big. It's so big, and I can't think. Oh, okay, I have you on CV like senior civil engineer. Okay, what he can do here? Okay. No, I don't. The recruiter don't have time to do that. The recruiter need you see the position, you send your CV like the position.
No, this is actually wrong, guys. You know what? This one was about the work visa. Can your company sponsor me? That's wrong. Can your work sponsor me? If the company work for sponsors work visa, I would be interested to work. Puta que pariu, né? If not, I would really appreciate if you could refer me for other recruiters who hires foreigners. Jesus, come on!
Yes, sometimes the people want I do this job, his job.
That's not her job. You have to understand the difference about the recruiter and the agency. Like, she works for a company. She's a recruiter, talent acquisition. When you work for an agency, you are a recruitment consultant, headhunter, which means the agency sell you. The agency would have plenty of other roles, working with plenty of other companies, but she doesn't. She works for one company. She has that bunch of 10, 15 roles, and that's it. She's not going to refer you because
I can't.
That's not her job. She's not a headhunter. Do you know the difference about recruitment agents and companies here? Do you all know? Yes or no? 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 Okay, so, all right. So she's a recruiter, okay? And I am a recruitment consultant. So I work, do you know CPL? Everyone knows CPL, right? So I work for CPL. She works for
Europlan
as a recruiter. So she's an engineer recruiter, and I am the headhunter, recruitment consultant, okay? So she has how many roles now you're recruiting for?
10.
Okay, so I go to her and like, hi, recruiter, how are you? I checked your company website. I saw you have 20 roles open, and you're looking for engineers, right? How is going the search? Difficult?
Yes,
Can you find people? Do you need help? It's free. It's free help. I can send you CVs.
No, thank you.
Can I send you CVs?
No, thank you.
Then that's
I receive every day this message.
And then they'll go, it's free. I can send you free CVs.
Yes, if it's free, okay.
I'm going to send you some, like 5 free CVs for you. And me, the CPL, get your CV, all right? I take off the names and the phones and the emails from you, and I send to her. And I go like, look, those are good. Do you want to interview?
Yeah.
Sometimes she says no, sometimes she says yes, okay? If she says no, they will never get back to you, their agency. They call you, go like, can you send your CV? I have a position. And then she disappear, the CPL disappear too. So then if she says, okay, I want to interview this guy, right? So I call the guy, and they like, okay, so the company wants to interview. I'm going to prepare you. You have to say this and that and that. Interviews with her. And if she says, yes, I liked the candidate, me, agency, I'm going to say, great, do you want to hire the professional engineer? She's like, yes, 3,000 euros.
Is this?
It's like this. Or 5,000, it depends. It depends of the percentage. Generally, it's like 15%, 20%, 25%. Okay? So the hire manager, because she doesn't decide a thing. Who decides is the hire manager. So she's going to send the CV to the hire manager. The hire manager interview, and if the hire manager wants to take the budget out of his own department, because this 5%, this 5,000, 3,000 gets out of his or her department. If he's willing to, yes, they will hire you. Do you understand how it works? So the agencies don't have the role. And I am not going to give you the visa. She will. If you come to me, and if I see your CV that's no good, I will never get back to you, because how I'm going to present a shit CV to a recruiter? She's not going to pay me the 5,000, because I'm selling you. I'm selling how good you are. And if you're not good, why should I lose my time? Do you understand? So don't trust recruitment agencies. They're not your friends. Okay?
Yeah. Is this?
Yeah? Any questions?
Tana, you mentioned AI, right?
Yes.
Not in the best scope. Primarily because it generates very generic CVs.
Yes.
But have you tried to use kind of AI combined with the job spec?
No, I use AI.
Together. You do, yeah.
I do.
So
and I tell my clients to use AI.
Do you find that the information is better if you feed the job spec into the system?
Yes. Okay. So that's, when all my clients, when they get my service, we have 2 types of service. The program, the 6-month program that helps you, from the beginning to the end, or just CV cover letter, LinkedIn, 1 hour. But then you have a lot of information in our VIP membership area, videos. And I recorded loads of videos of me showing how to adapt your CV using ChatGPT. And I use ChatGPT. I'm not saying for you don't use it. I'm saying for you use strategically. So how you're going to do, you go to ChatGPT, copy the job, you go to ChatGPT and go like, this is the job I want to apply. And this is my CV. Can you please tell me what's missing, what I need to adapt in my CV? And ChatGPT goes like, blah, 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 blah. And then you see what is good, what experience you have, because sometimes you don't have experience in everything, right? So get what you have experience, and then you add into your LinkedIn, into your CV. But then you don't only add in your CV. You copy there, put in your CV, but then you adapt. You go like, okay, so how many people, or give me figures, or give me something like names, you adapt that specific sentence, go back to ChatGPT, and then you say, correct and improve for a resume, no pronouns. Because in CV, you don't add pronouns like me, he, she, it, we, my. We don't use pronouns. So then ChatGPT is going to give you the perfect sentence. Focus to that job specific. You know, like, yeah, use ChatGPT. I'm not telling you to don't use ChatGPT. I'm telling you to be smart, strategic, and adapt your CV using ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT. I would be silly enough to don't say that. Everyone is using now.
We are.
It's addictive.
That's true. Well, just to be mindful about time, we are still having another very interesting conversation about mortgage process. So after getting your job, getting a very good salary, I assume like one of the next steps might be buying a house, you know.
Yay, of course.
We also are covering this topic in a few minutes. But before we finish this session, I want to thank you, Tana, and you, Clarissa, for your time, for sharing with us so many important information. So again, just to make sure that everyone is aware, there is a QR code here. So don't forget, if you want a LinkedIn review, so Tana and her team will help you out with the best tips. And just to add one last advice. Yeah, I think it's off.
Just to finish, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Don't forget that. Don't forget.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much. So I guess that some of you still have other questions or doubts that you want to clarify. So just to let you know, after the mortgage process, we still have a quick session of 15 minutes on why not Dubai. And then we have another Q&A panel, okay? So basically all our guests of the day, they are bringing here to the stage, and then you still will have the opportunity to clarify anything that you still need, okay? All good? So moving forward, so as I said, after getting your job, increasing your salary, if you are looking for a property to buy in Ireland and you might find it a little bit hard, we today have Paolo here who will give you some overview on how does this process works. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just leave this. I'm going to leave this here. Is that okay? Do you have my presentation? Great. Great.
For those who are still standing, we still have some empty chairs in here. So let's give 3 minutes just for them to reallocate. Okay, Paolo? Let me see. Is everyone here comfortable? Yes? We still have a few chairs here. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4 chairs available on this side. So if you want to sit this way, please feel welcome. All good, yeah? So let me just wait 2 seconds in here. And my dears, let me see here. Sorry guys, I'm just going to close the door because of the noise, okay? Thank you. Okay. So the door is closed. Are we back again? Paolo.
Yeah.
All yours.
Thank you, Gustavo. Hi, everybody. Hi. I'm Paolo. Paolo Vacchiani, originally from Croatia, one of the rare non-Brazilians here, I think. So I work in AIB Bank as a relationship manager. So I'm a personal banker for businesses and people. So I help them in mortgages and lending, business lending or personal lending, and then in the financial planning. I'm going to be covering basically 2 topics, the mortgage process and the financial planning specifically to Ireland. So I've been in finances for 10 years and 8 years with AIB here in Ireland. And I'm actually in AIB for another week, and then I go to another company, but I could have used some of the tips from the guys about planning for a job application. I made a lot of mistakes, but okay, I managed to find a role. But so yeah, if we can move on, Gustavo, please. Yeah, go on one more. So these are kind of the various mortgage typical products that you deal with. Most of the people, I guess, in this room will probably fall into the first-time buyers. So these are the people who are, as the name says, for the first time buying a property, and that applies to the whole EU. So if you bought a property somewhere outside of EU, you're no longer a first-time buyer. First-time buyer has certain benefits. So I won't get into details, but the government ensures that first-time buyers can access lending from banks in an easier way, so certain rules apply. Then there's movers, there's tracker interest, there's top-ups. Top-ups are essentially if you have a loan already, a mortgage, and say you want to redo your roof, you can top up that loan with additional funds and do the works that you need. Self-built are when you buy a piece of land and you engage a company, or you get a hammer and a drill and you do it yourself. And then second home is what we call a buy-to-let, so that's an investment property. Hopefully, I wish that all of us get a chance to get to that stage when we have a second home. And then there's switchers. Switchers is essentially when you're switching from Bank of Ireland to AIB or vice versa, which you should, by the way, be doing regularly when you have a mortgage to make sure that you're getting the best rate on the market, right? Gustavo, yeah, please. So there's a little graph of what's your mortgage journey, a typical mortgage journey. And one thing that people often make a mistake is they start with, they start on their own, essentially. They start saving, they start kind of looking at properties, etc. Even sometimes calling estate agents and inquiring about the properties. But first thing you should do is talk to a Holmes advisor, 100%. And Holmes advisors in AIB and in other institutions are free. So you can essentially book a consultation with the Holmes advisor. They'll sit down with you and they'll look at your personal circumstances because it's all assessed on an individual basis. All lending is assessed based on your personal circumstances. So you sit with a Holmes advisor, you do a consultation with them, they look at your income, and this is your combined income, they look at your expenditures, they look at all the specific circumstances of yourself, how many children you have, all of the things that take into consideration. So they gather the information from you, like payslip statements, etc., and they essentially get you an approval in principle, which is not a formal offer of loan, but it's a paper that you can use to shop, essentially. So they'll tell you exactly you need to save, 30,000 euros, and here's an approval in principle. It's valid for 12 months. You could go and talk and shop. So you start calling, look on Daftai, start calling estate agents, start viewing properties, and when you get a property that you've bid on or you've secured, first thing that a estate agent will ask you is for your approval in principle. So don't make the mistake of going and viewing properties if you don't have that. After you've actually secured a property, you've agreed everything, you move to the letter of offer. So that's the phase when you go back to the bank and the bank improves approval in principle into a formal lending arrangement. And then you move on to drawdown, where your solicitor works away on getting the charge registered and all of that stuff, the legal mumbo jumbo that I don't understand. But you'll put into at that point, you'll be asked to put in a life cover and home insurance that need to be in place. So these are kind of the typical questions of how much can I borrow. So loan to value for a first-time buyer for their primary home where they're going to live in, is 90%. So essentially, if you're buying a property that's 100,000 euros, which good luck finding, but the bank will give you 90,000 for it. You have to save 10,000, right? That's what loan to value means. And it's a policy in all the banks in Ireland. Nobody will give you 95. It's against the central bank rules. So loan to income is essentially, it's a kind of a leverage ratio. So loan to income is 4 times your gross income on an annual basis is the maximum you can borrow. So there's several rules that apply at the same time. So 90%, but also it can be maximum 4 times. So if you and your partner each have 50,000 gross annual salary, that means that you guys can borrow 400,000, essentially. So the net disposable income, which is essentially a calculation, so a mortgage advisor will look at your expenses and your income and establish what is one minus the other, how much do you have, essentially. And that needs to be higher than the repayments, and they do some stress testing as well, so it needs to be a little bit higher than what the repayments would be on your property that you're buying, essentially. And that all kind of combines to that you have a demonstrated repayment capacity. So you can prove to the bank, based on their assessment, based on their credit policies that they need to adhere to, that you have enough, that your financial position is strong enough to get this loan essentially done and for you to buy the house that you want. Thanks. So there's kind of a bit of different rules that apply as to what you will need to provide, and it's never just this, but this is the typical stuff. On a case-by-case basis, again, you're going to need to provide certain other things, but you're going to need your salary certificate, which your employer will give you, or if your employer doesn't have a standardized type of format, the bank will give you a format that you fill in and your employer needs to sign. A salary certificate essentially is a confirmation that you are earning X amount in the X company. And then you're going to need 3 most recent, sometimes 6 up-to-date payslips. That's on a monthly basis, so bear in mind if you're paid weekly, it's 3 months of payslips. Your most recent employment details summary, so that's off of revenue. We all have those every year. 6 months bank statements. If you are, say, applying in AIB and your account is with AIB, you won't need statements because they can see your accounts. And then you're going to need borrowing statements. So if you have a car loan or another loan, you're going to need to provide statements of those loans, unless, again, you're at AIB and your loan is with AIB. Contract employment is, there's a few differences, but the reality of the situation is that you're not going to get a mortgage if you are on a fixed contract of 12 months or something like that. It's too difficult. I mean, that's based on my experience. I'm sure there's exceptions, but the bank is trying to say that your repayment capacity is for today, for tomorrow, for 30 years from now. And if you can say that your job will be finished in 12 months, they just won't take your word that you're getting another job. That's the situation. And then there's a separate kind of set of rules about self-employed, but if you run your own company, essentially what do you need to prove? It's a bit more complex. What you need to prove is that the company, you're getting paid $50,000. What you need to prove is that the company can continue to pay you $50,000. So we are then analyzing a company, not a person. So we need profit and loss accounts, balance sheets, cash flow statements, stuff like that. So it's a bit more comprehensive assessment. So it is usually a bit harder for self-employed people, but from my experience, it's more that Holmes advisors are afraid of assessing companies. They would rather just have payslips, and it's a bit easier. But it's of course it's doable. It's very doable. So. So the main kind of costs, you're going to pay stamp duty. So this is on, bit of context. So you've secured your property. You've got the letter of offer. Your solicitor is now working on finishing the deal with the seller's solicitor. You will need to pay your solicitor, who will in turn pay the government 1% of the purchasing price. So if your house is 100,000, 1,000 goes to the government immediately. You're going to pay legal costs. These vary, approximately 1.5K to 2K. That's to your solicitor for their work. And for certain outlays that they paid for you on behalf of you, you're going to need to do a valuation report valid for 4 months. So the valuation report is the bank will essentially hire on your behalf an external auctioneers, you know, like Doyle's, or I don't know which one's the big ones, but they will hire the external auctioneers to go to your property and do a valuation and prove to the bank that what you're paying is what it's worth, essentially. And the bank will pay for it and then charge you for it, essentially. And then home insurance, so you'll need to put in a home insurance with the bank will not take a charge, which means a legal recourse to the property unless it's insured. So it's a mandatory, just like say for a car. And then you have life assurance, which is a mortgage protection policy. Life assurance in the context of mortgage is a mortgage protection policy is essentially if anything happens to you or your partner where you die, the life company will pay the bank the remainder balance of your loan. So those are kind of the main costs with mortgages. We can move on. So as I said, talk to your mortgage advisor and be patient. I just went through the process myself. I've only moved into my house in January, and it's hard, but you do it kind of once, and hopefully you're done with it. But one of the things that I would say from my experience, and I know that most of us are not Irish here, so it's a bit easier for Irish people because they know this country. They know how it functions. I've been looking for a property 3 years, and I was sale agreed 5 times, and 4 times I said no, I backed out in the last moment. Because we may be, if you live in Dublin, you know that Finglas is not the same as Ballsbridge. But for instance, I was looking in the commuter belt, and I didn't understand that that also applies outside of Dublin. You need to understand this market very well, and then the way they build here, it's different than the way they build in Croatia or in Brazil. And you might have, you know, for instance, I backed out of one property that was great. I thought it was great. We were very excited, and I brought in an engineer to look at it, and he said, Paolo, you're going to have, he asked me, what are your mortgage repayments on this one? I said, 1.5. He said, add another 1.5 for energy bills because this house is not insulated properly at all. So just it's a very big decision. Just be patient. Don't let your emotions run you so much. Try to be rational about it. And if you work somewhere and you have, one thing that I found, I work in a big company in AIB, and I'm surrounded with Irish people. I ask them for a lot of advice. That's not something you can really research online. So if I have a friend that's from Kildare and I'm looking in Newbridge, I target that friend and I ask them, like, tell me about this place. You know, tell me what do you think about it. So it's a big decision, but manage your finances and savings carefully. I mean, that goes without saying. You're going to need to save for that deposit, which is probably going to be, you know, realistically at least 40,000 that you need to save. Be careful also with this. So, I mean, organize yourself. Know exactly what your expenses. Go through all your direct debits on the bank. See what you're paying. What are you really using? Do you need Netflix and Disney? Do you need, you know, all of these little things make a difference. Can you buy a can instead of going for a pint? Like, all of these kind of things add up. So be careful with that. And just watch one of the rules that the banks have that even I wasn't aware. I got caught on it. In the end, it ended up good. But say that you save your deposit of 30,000. You don't just relax at this point from a bank's perspective. You need to continue to demonstrate that you're saving. And because like me and my wife saved for the deposit, and then we said we were looking for homes. We got so frustrated. It was taking forever. And we said, we're going to take a break. We're going to enjoy life. We're going to travel to Brazil. We're going to travel to Croatia, be with our families. And of course, when we came back, we found a property, and the bank basically told us no, because in the last 6 months, even though we had the whatever 40,000 we needed, in the last 6 months, we were not saving that amount, which will be our repayments plus interest on that. And we had to delay. Thank God it was a new build, so the builder was patient with us. We had to delay the thing for 3 months to really start saving again, so that the bank would approve us. So be very careful with that. Don't relax when you can't. Until you get your house, then you can relax. So be aware of any additional costs. That's what I was saying about the insulation and stuff like that, because like every house should be rewired every 25 years. So every house needs to be stripped out of wires and put new ones. I bet you 80% of the second hands are not. And that's going to be a massive cost, say 50,000 euros just to rewire a house. Same as with the insulation, all of this. There are grants there, but they're small compared to what it's going to cost. And then ask the experts, ask not even just your experts, ask your network, ask people who's gone through the process. And the last thing I'd say is just use your reason, not your heart. Use your heart when you have the house, enjoy it. But try to use as much reason. Gustavo, please. So actually that finishes the mortgage process part of it. Is there any questions on the mortgages? Anything at all?
Regarding the process, does it say if it's a new build or a second hand?
It is. So the bank doesn't really care whether it's a new build or a second hand. It cares in terms of what interest rate you can get. So new builds are usually high BER rating, energy efficiency rating. So the bank, the lowest interest rate you're going to get on the market is if you're a first-time buyer, and if it's a good energy efficiency. So BER, usually the scale goes from A1 to F, I believe. Engineer G, yeah, G, yeah. So the new builds are going to be A1, A2, A3, and you're going to qualify for the green mortgage, which will give you the best rate. An additional thing with the new builds is you have government support in form of Help to Buy scheme. I don't know if you've heard of that. Yeah. So we actually got that on our property now, and it was like 30,000 we got from the government cut off. Now, the way things work in general with government subsidies, when government gives a subsidy, the private sector just incorporates it, raises the price. So but it is something. I think it's a net. We were on a net positive, but that's how it works. Yeah. Go on, sorry.
I have heard about that. When you get it with the government, they would own 30% of your property. Is it
no,
true?
that's a different scheme. That's
okay.
not Help to Buy. Help to Buy, I think there's a rule that you have to stay in the property 5 years. Otherwise, you might owe the government for what they're. So they don't want people to use the scheme, put it on the market, sell it for higher, and take a double basically winner there. So they want you to stay 5 years. But there's a different. I'm not familiar with this scheme. It's a assisted housing, something like that. I think it is this scheme that you're talking about, where the government takes ownership. So for that one, you need to prove that your income is below a certain level. Then you can qualify for a new property that is supported by the county council, and those properties are on a lower price. But you need to be below a certain income. So I'm not sure what exact the income is, but definitely worth checking. No problem.
Hello.
Yeah, check that Help to Buy for sure. Check that and check the other one. I don't know I forgot the name. I saw it there. There's a lot in North Dublin. A lot of these properties that are for assisted. I'm not exactly sure what's the name of the other one. But the big difference between a Help to Buy and a second property was, and you and me, Claudio, were talking about this out. You are with the new builds, you're engaging with the company who built it or the estate agents that they hired to get the buyers in. And it's first come, first serve. So you come there, if you register your interest and there's available houses and you prove that you have approval in principle, it's reserved for you. If you go, you avoid the bidding process. So my experience is when I went on a second-hand property and it said it's 320 and I thought it was too good to be true, it's always too good to be true because you call the estate agent and say, oh no, the latest offer is 380. And then you say, okay, I'll give 400. They call you 5 minutes later, oh, the other guy just put 430. And so on top of all of this, like it's such a high competition, but it matters if it's in Dublin or outside of Dublin. The competition is lower outside of Dublin. So we bought in Wicklow and we wanted a bigger property, and if we need to commute, we commute. You know, my wife is from São Paulo, she's used to commuting. But yeah, any other questions?
Just to be conscious of time, do we have time for one last question?
Yeah.
Is there anyone here that wants to ask anything?
No, gotcha.
Yeah?
Okay.
How about here, audience B? Oh, we got a question here. Is there any age restriction that prevents you from applying for the mortgage? Let's say you need to be too young or too old. Is there any specific regulation on that?
There is. So the maximum that a bank will approve you is 35 years. Why that matters is it's just simple principles of mathematics is the longer the term, the lower the repayments, easier to qualify, right? But they will approve you maximum 35 years or to your normal retirement age. So if your normal retirement age is per government, I think it's 67 today in Ireland. So if you are 40, maximum term on the mortgage is 27. If you were younger, if you could do 35 years, it'll be easier for you to get a mortgage because the bank will say, oh yeah, he can afford it all along. So the older you are, you have to have a stronger income to qualify for a mortgage, essentially.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Paolo, for your time, for being here with us and sharing amazing information.
Thank you.
So, moving forward, is there anyone here planning to go to Dubai? Is there anyone here who would love to live in Dubai? Why not? Right. Why not Dubai? So, actually, this is our last panel conversation before we head to the Q&A session. I'm just going to quickly put your presentation, my dear. You can. Here we go. So let me just quickly put the presentation. Interesting, right? I'm thinking like, how far I am to be able to afford a house in Ireland. Let me see, speaker 7. Here we go, Paula. Let me see. Perfect. Paula, thank you very much. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, everyone. Why not Dubai? It's true, my question. Why do you think to move here and not Dubai? Yes, but we have that a lot of opportunities. I have a presentation. Yes. No, it's not. No. Yes. Oh, no problem. So this presentation is a complementary presentation because I need to be fast. I know that you have a lot of information today, and I'll talk about immigration. I work with immigration. I'm a journalist, and I work with immigration since 2019. My company works with visa, work visas, citizenship from U.S., and now for United Arab Emirates. What means? Dubai. But the government there asked me to say, Paula, don't say just Dubai, say the Emirates, because there are several regions there in the form of the Emirates. This region has over 80% immigrations, and they have a lot of opportunities to work there. And you can save a lot of money. It's 0% for taxes for personal, and 90% for companies. The maximum is 90%. So you can think how much you paid the last year, and think that there are a lot of opportunities, there are jobs. So why not Dubai? Because this, Beatriz is my local partner here, and how called the blonde? Tana live there also, and Clarissa is my partner in this project here, because we have two situations. The first situation, we go to Dubai in November with an engineer mission, and if you have interest, talk with me or Beatriz or Clarissa. And the second opportunity is we will create a membership, because some companies that ask to us as a company, as an immigration company, help to find a good professional, a high-level professional. So we will a presentation, some professionals for these companies. What do you do? A membership, and you help improve your resume, improve a cover letter, understand how works the Emirates, and show your resume for them. That's it. They offer, for some positions, a 1-year rental apartment, tickets to go once a year for your home. So there are a lot of information. And I'm here just to say, look, you can change your life. I know. I lived in the US for 8 years, and I was with my mind there, oh my God, the US is the best place, blah, blah, blah. When I went to Dubai, the first time I said, why never one talk about this? And the door opened. When I think about Dubai, I think that now Dubai is like US 30 years ago. There are a lot of opportunities there. Open your mind. It's not thinking, oh my God, my visa here. I need to study, I need to get a job, blah, blah. So use this information for you. Search about Dubai. Search about the possibilities. You can go there with a Brazilian passport and stay there for 90 days and find a job. And if you find a job there, they can apply. The immigration process there is too easy. It's too fast. It's not like, I don't know if you know, in US, if you wrote something wrong, you got a bad review in your profile. They're not. You say, okay, change your information and upload again. And that's it. So open your mind. This is my job here. This is Leonardo. Leonardo is a founder for my company. We met in the United States 6 years ago. We helped a lot of Brazilians to go to the US and get the green card there. There are this possibility, but now today is just about the United Arab Emirates. Here it's about the UAI. So why they wanted to open these opportunities? The country has just like 50 years. And 50 years, that was just a soft, how can I say desert? Desert? But in 50 years, look at this. It's amazing buildings. It's an amazing technology there. You can change it. So it's information about that. As I said, over 80% is an immigrant. They are open. People said, Paula, but the religions is a problem there. No, it's not. It's not. They changed the mind and they said the tolerance. You need to be tolerant about the culture, about the religions, and the respect. When you move a new country, you need to respect this culture. So why you don't know? Why you don't do this? So this is the same there. We wanted to do this. I think, okay. I said no tax for personal income, 90 per companies, and there are just, you can manage this also because it's 90 if you get more than $100,000. Less this, you pay zero again. So if you divide your company, your business in many businesses, you can save more money. You can change. Engineering mission in November that I said. So if somebody wanted to know about, we go there. We have a meeting with a Brazilian ambassador. We go some event for engineers. Maybe we need to separate like civil engineers or another engineers or techie or software engineers. Yes, and this is about our membership, 12 months, and you show your resume for companies there. All the time, we have a conversation with a HR minister there, and they ask, Paula, bring for us high-level professionals. And why they ask for our company? Because they know that we work with this in US. We work with a high-level professionals to apply for the green card. So we have a database with a lot of professionals, but they ask graduate degree, 3 years of experience, and English. So it's not be fluent, but advanced English. Okay. So it's innovation hub, growing sectors, and there are a lot of demands for talent. If you don't believe me, go to the LinkedIn, change the localization, put your degree or your position, and look what happened. And if you see some, really, they offer this? Yes, it's true. You can believe. The process is fast. They are open the door for us. Of course, there are some rules, and you need to respect these rules. That's it. It's too easy. I have a residence there, my permanent residence there. I taking 3 days. 3 days. Never happened this in the U.S. In the U.S., I need to wait a long time. And it's another problem. So, as I said, who can apply? Professionals with a university degree plus 3 years of experience and advanced degree. Technology professionals, I know some professionals in this area don't have a degree, but that has technical courses. So because this, we need 5 years of experience. And what will you do? You show for the companies, you prepare your resume and cover letter. We'll need to send tips with the book, because this is very important there. Some doctors try to apply for companies, and it was denied because they didn't understand about the culture there. And if you needed to test your knowledge and don't pass this 3 times, you are banned. You need to understand the culture there. If you don't understand, or if your career, your professional needs to understand this, they will test you. And if you don't pass this 3 times, you can't work more there. Understand now? Okay, and you have to interview for your training, and you can talk about what they ask there. That's it. Here is how we work with this database. You can go. And how much this investment for memberships is like a 500,000 reais, or less than 1,000 euros per year. So this is a QR code with Beatriz. If you ask more information, Bia can help you, because she goes with me in November. And so I'm here if you have any question. Let's go.
No problem. Done. Well, Paula, thank you very much for sharing with us all those amazing information. To be honest, I have considered living in Dubai before, but I don't know if I could live. Like, I'm always complaining about the weather in Ireland, right? I'm like, oh, it's so rainy, so cloudy, so blah, blah, blah. But then every time when I think about living there, and I am actually the opposite, like too hot, so... Well, but who knows? It's interesting to know how many opportunities, and I think, especially for us immigrants in Ireland, we should keep ourselves with an open mind, even though living in Ireland is really nice. Like, if there are other opportunities to live in a country that makes you feel more comfortable, or perhaps that provides you more opportunities to develop your career, or whatever you want to... Hello? No? Well, maybe it's just me talking too much. Hello? Hello? Yeah, good now. Thank you, guys. And so, yeah, here is Paula's contact. So please scan the QR code if you want to get in touch. And her team will be more than welcome and more than happy to help you out with anything that you need, right? Please, some warm applauses for Paula. Thank you very much. So I have a last... information. Unfortunately, our day, it's coming to a nearly end. It was really nice, right? Being with you all here during the day and helping with all this amazing conversation. I think it was really nice. All the discussions that we had somehow prepared ourselves, right, for the future step in our life. Whether it's like a professional thing, whether it's like just as a personal thing, like connecting to people, make some new friends, and bridging and strengthening our connections, right? So, as I can see here, Bia, help me out. We have a Q&A session now, right? We have a Q&A session.
It's more like if you guys have any questions. We have a few of the... Sorry. If you guys have... First of all, how was the day? Yeah? Did you guys have fun? Did you make some connections today? Yes? Okay. Anyone here still have any questions or something that you would like to ask? No? No doubts? That means you are all clear. Are you sure? It's now or never. All clear? Okay, perfect. So... anyone here would like to say how was the day for you? Do you want to share how was for you to be here? How was your experience? No? I'll pick someone if you don't want to go by yourself. I'll definitely pick someone. Not for free, so okay.
I think I can share mine then.
Please.
I can share mine. Last year, guys, I was here as you all for the first time, like just to connect. I actually came to see a friend, and I was impressed because I never have seen anyone in the Brazilian community, you know, creating something so unique, so powerful. And I was impressed by how many people are looking sometimes for the same thing, but perhaps our path never crossed, right? And then we were like, oh, I'm looking to buy a house. And then someone's like, oh, me too. Or I'm looking to find another job. Oh, me too. And there are some people who has the knowledge and all the tools and the capacity to help out each other. But we never have the chance to connect at one place, right? And that was my experience here in my first Building Bridges event. And I want to thank you, Bia. Come here to the stage, Bia. Because I think what you do, it's beautiful. Please, applause for Bia. Yes, she deserves for organizing this amazing session for all of us. And keep doing it. Next year, for those who have been here, because I was talking to some of you, and I know that some people were saying like, oh, I would love to be a speaker next year. I would love to share more information about social media. Someone was mentioning like about creating content, how to leverage your business, or whatever is your passion or your knowledge. Share it. Don't hold it just for yourself. Because that way we can grow as a community and as a Brazilian, Americans, whoever we are, from whatever we are, we will thrive as a community. And I think that's what matters the most. So to not extend much, and I guess you all want to keep enjoying the day, I want to thank you all for being here with me in the main room. Again, not only for Bia, but also for everyone who worked really hard, our technical teams, and everyone who worked really hard to make sure that you all had this amazing and transforming opportunity, right? Have a lovely day, everyone, and it was a pleasure, and I hope to see you all in our next event. Thank you.
How was with Gustavo in this room? Did you guys enjoy him? Guys, I have a last favor, because it was Gustavo's birthday yesterday. And he's here today celebrating with us actually. So let's please sing happy birthday to him. And I know there was another one here. Where is Marcos? It was his birthday yesterday as well. Marcos, he's just there. Come here. Come here, because it was his birthday. Is anyone's birthday today, or it was yesterday? No? So let's please make like some good energies and sing our happy birthday, okay? So, parabéns pra você, nessa data querida, muitas felicidades, muitos anos de vida. Parabéns pra você, nessa data querida, muitas felicidades, muitos anos de vida. Happy birthday! Guys, our birthday is always really important to celebrate. And for those ones to be here today, that means a lot, because we always celebrate in parties and night outs and everything. And it doesn't mean that they didn't do it. They did, I'm sure, right? But it's good to see they're still here and they are sharing their experience and their love and their energy on this new year cycle. So thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for being here as well. Last but not least, I have a speech. I was prepared today, and I want to read again. First of all, is everybody inside the room? If there's anybody outside, just come inside. We have space. I promise we'll be quick. Just come inside. That's important. Yes, I can see people walking. So, I'm prepared. First of all, thank you again for all of you to be here. That is the closing moment of our event. And as we are coming to the end of this incredible day, I want to thank you deeply for all of you to being part of the 4th edition of the Building Bridges Professional Networking event. And I hope to see those ones who are wearing your stickers with badges next year, because that means you got a job in your area and you are here to share how was that. So that's my main wish for the next year, to see you all with your badges. And after this experience, you're going to leave this room with more clarity, confidence, and connection than before when you arrived. So this event, I'm reading, I can't even read. This event is not only about job or opportunities. It's about people, it's about connections, it's about to come together and make the impossible become possible. I want to thank you all the speakers for being here, especially those ones who came from so far away to be here today, so thank you so much. I want to thank you all the professional collaborators for being here today, sharing your experience, your history, your opportunities, and how you got this, so thank you all. I want to say thank you for all the volunteers who are working here today, because without you guys here yesterday, preparing this room and all the building and doing this amazing job here with me, that will never be possible. So I want to first ask everybody to applaud all of the volunteers and collaborators for being here. Thank you, guys. You're a part of that. Thank you. And of course, I want to say thank you for some of parts of the team. So Studio Talks, for being here doing our live stream. Dario and Thales, thank you so much for your help. Gui Poça and Gold Wolf for recording everything today. So he was doing some videos and making sure we're going to keep this moment forever. So thank you, Gui. Luis Mavazaki, it's hard. Luis Mavazaki, our photographer today, so thank you. Guys, if you didn't took a photo yet with Luis, so please take him for a moment and say, I want a photo. I want to make sure that I will have all of you here recorded in our pictures, and I will keep this memory forever. And of course, my husband, Daniel Fabiano, who is over there with his... Thank you for everything, huh? And I want to say thank you for a few communities that supported this event as well. So Girls Who Plan Ahead, Paulinha, she is always supporting our event. I don't think she's here anymore, but the Girls Who Plan Ahead was created on the first event, and I think she said that on her speech. So it's really important to see those communities growing, and that's the main idea of this event. I don't want to be the only one. I want you guys to create your own community and become stronger in your area, in your field. I want to say thank you to Marião na Europa. Marião, our psychoanalyst that was here earlier, and he was one of the main reasons that I come to Ireland as well, so I'm really glad to that. At Dublin for the support, and Passaporte Jurídico, Thaís, and all their teams who is always supporting the event as well. And for all of you guys, thank you for that. A special thank you for Glenveagh Holmes, for our sponsor this year. Allan wasn't around. You notice I said at the beginning he will run away because he wasn't hungover. But if any one of you guys want to be part of Glenveagh team, just let me know, send me a message, and I can send you the contacts from the HR over there. And just as a complement of this closer, the ones who are not wearing a badge, all of you guys, did you get a gift today? A small bag when you arrived? Do you have your gift with you? Okay, so I want you to take your gift, and I will explain what that means. It's a symbolic reminder of this journey, okay? Not this one. No, it's another one. They have over there, but it's okay. It's green or white, right? So This gift has a reason and a meaning, and I will explain for all of you now. The compass is to remind you, even if you get lost, you carry with yourself after today the tools to find your way back. And another really important thing, if you look to your friend just beside you, maybe this compass is not showing the same direction. Probably is showing a different direction. And that's important to remember. Your path is not the same path as your friend. You know, every one of you has your own path to follow. So just keep that in mind. No, it's different for everyone. But everyone has your path, and everyone will find your way. And today, you got the tools for that. The clover represents hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what I wish for all of you here in your journey and your process. And the pen is not only because it's building bridges right down on the pen, but it is because each one of you has the power to write your own history. Okay, so don't forget about it. That is in your control, is your power, and is just you. You are the only person who can do it. And that's it. I'm really glad to have all of you here. Thank you again for this journey together, for your trust, and for staying until the end of the event. Thank you again. I'll see you all next year, and it was a pleasure. Thank you. And now, I don't know if they still have down there, but I heard there was a few ribs to be sold for who wants to take home. So if you want to double check, they are selling on individual packs, and you can take home to have a dinner later. Okay? Thank you, guys.